ahead and have our seats and we'll get started in just a moment.
This meeting is being recorded.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and get started. The item that we're currently on is transitional housing / homeless resources, ACFS and housing. Kim Hampton and I put this item on the agenda because we want to know if we have the financial resources to do more for our homeless population. We obviously have the Lodge of Hope, which has 20-some rooms, but it's been at full capacity since it's opened, which means that it's not meeting our community's needs. We know that the Housing Authority has tens of millions of dollars in their coffers, and we just want to make sure that we're maximizing our services for our members. Kim, do you want to have anything to add?
So, yeah, that's part of it. However, it's not just those members who are homeless with no housing in general. Also, my hope would be some sort of an after business hours and weekend on-call program idea. That way, when somebody loses a home to a fire and it's 7 o'clock at night or in the middle of the night on the weekends, they could possibly get some quick assistance with getting into a hotel room until, other arrangements can be made.
Okay. So Juanita, how many direct care workers do we have right now?
We have four right now. We just had one that retired.
Okay, so we've encountered certain situations where maybe someone will get a hold of the board of directors on a weekend, have an emergency, fire, whatever, and because our offices aren't open on the weekend, they don't have access to any services. What are your thoughts on maybe having an on-call worker take turns being on-call for that purpose, or not an on-call worker, a direct care worker? They 1 week a month, they get credit for pager hours if they get called in to do work, time and a half. That's how a lot of other departments work.
Actually, Megan and I have discussed this, and we think that it could go through the Lodge of Hope. We have staff there 24 hours a day, so we could use that as a contact number for after hours. I have personally been called on the weekends by board members with certain emergencies and have been able to assist families with those types of situations. So I don't think it happens as often as we might think, but just to have that available when it does. Some of the barriers are in a lot of the outlying areas, we don't have motels that are willing to work with us. Basically, in town, we have a couple of motels, which we really don't like to put families at. Skyline, Budget Host is our two. Mid-City is another one that will direct bill, but those really aren't appropriate for elders or families. So we work with the casino, and they have been very accommodating with us as far as elders and families and putting them at the casino at a reduced rate. So when we're looking at the other areas, we really don't have any motels that are willing to work and do a direct bill with the tribe. So that presents difficulties for us after hours as far as how are we going to pay for that, and also what is the rate going to be. Our limit of service is $500 per member, per household. So we could put somebody up in a motel and they're charging $150 a night. That's going to get them 3 nights in a motel. So there are those limitations. So those are some of the barriers that we face. It's not a concern for this area because we have those resources in this area. It's the outlying areas where we have the concerns.
When's the last time we reached out to motels in the towns in the outlying area? Last week. What towns did you contact?
So we do have 2 motels in Manistee that will take a check from us and does not require the credit card. We reached out to 2 in Gladstone that we have utilized. We book through Northern Travel. That's how we secure that hotel room. And then we have 2 in St. Agnes that we use through Northern Travel.
So it sounds like there is some motels then. It sounds like there's 1 or 2 in Manistee. You just mentioned a couple in St. Agnes. Have we reached out to see if there's any in Marquette? There's plenty of hotels out there.
Not last week, no.
Okay.
I have not yet.
And
Okay.
it's more the ability to be able to direct bill for those motels. So we need to figure out how we're able to do that after hours. Because we go through Northern Travel currently for those motels that are willing to do that. And they don't have after hours.
Okay. All right, so I have some board members' hands up, so I'll open up board discussion now. Kim, then Bridget?
So are most of the people that call in are people who end up like homeless because of fires?
No.
Okay, then that.
The majority of our homeless population are hard to place, single, a lot of them single adults that have barriers that prohibit them from getting housing.
So
So
they-
that's the majority of our homeless population.
And those are the ones you're calling the motels for?
We do, if we get in the outlying areas, we make every effort to find a placement in the outlying areas for them. We haven't gotten a lot of after hours, but again, was it really available? But I've had board members reach out to me personally on the weekends, and we've been able to work something out to get
Okay.
who, like if it's a house fire or something happens.
Because I was going to say, if it's a house fire, I think people would have insurance, and your insurance covers motels. They don't? I see
Right, and the
someone
issue
shaking
with
a head.
direct billing too is so we are only able to access up to a certain amount for the funding. And so we have to, we're going to put somebody up for 2 or 3 nights, and that's going to be the end of it from the resources that we have available to us. So, yeah, and if motels are willing to do that.
Yeah, because we had a house fire, and they were going to put us up in a motel.
A lot of times what will happen is if there's damage to a room or if there's any issues, it comes back to us and the motel wants us to be responsible for that.
Even
But I
if
don't
they
know
have
that would be the
house
case.
insurance?
Pardon?
Even if they have house insurance? I mean, I'm thinking that's what should be the first call
No,
from
I
a
mean,
member.
if there's damage to the motel room and stuff, but that's not
Gotcha.
necessarily for
That's
families with
something
house.
else, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bridget?
So I know that I've heard complaints in my community as far as hoteliers because of the people don't respect their places that we're putting them up at. They'll bring in their animals. They don't. The motels don't allow it, but they're still bringing them in. They're lying about it. So we get a kind of a bad reputation as a tribe because these people don't care. I'm not saying everyone, obviously, but, there's a majority of them that they don't because they're not paying anything out of their pocket, so, and, whatnot. So, and I don't know how to communicate that to them because, you can tell them that, you need to respect the place you're going to, or we're not going to have those abilities to put people up, but it doesn't mean that they're going to listen to it, and sometimes I don't think people always want to report it either, so I think we have issues, and maybe that's why we can't get as many places because of that, and like you're talking about the pay, a lot of them want to have that credit card to get paid, and then they're taking a hit on the rates, trying to offer them to us, and, it might be, at July when, Munising, Cygnus, different areas are, getting $300 a night. They don't, want to deal with that with somebody that isn't going to be responsible for the damages. So, I don't know. I think it's more working with the families that we're putting up maybe than the actual hotels, because like I said, I hear it all the time. They're just, and I think we used to have more that were willing and less now, so.
Okay, anyone else? Aaron?
So with the direct bill issue, that's of our own creation.
Correct.
We can fix that.
Yep.
We could establish a limited use credit card that would make that available so that it could book the room if necessary. I know we moved away from that at one time because like a whole bunch of people had credit cards at one time and it was crazy. And there were abuses. So that would take care of the direct bill situation.
I think that would be perfect. I feel like that's really our major barrier right now, is the direct bill, the after hours. I feel like we can cover with the staff at the Lodge of Hope, because they are 24/7. And again, that's only going to be, the resources are only limited. So it depends on where we can get a room, how much, what's the rate going to be for that room, what area it's in. So there's lots of different variables
The
as
other
far as
thing I
what we
wanted
can
to.
actually do, what we can actually,
The other thing I wanted to suggest, because it kind of ties into what we talked about last week with funeral assistants, is if we're already thinking about having the Lodge of Hope provide this kind of like wraparound service in emergencies, do we have a checklist that whoever they make contact with walks through a checklist and asks them questions? Have you tried this? Have you tried this? Because I know that some people, and there's always two sides to a story, but I know some people, when they call, they get a hold of somebody maybe at a bad moment, and the person is yes, no, rather than have you tried this, or have you tried this? Have you reached out to Community Action? I have the number for Community Action. Do that wraparound approach, so that they're looking at all available resources we may have to help somebody when they're in their time of need.
right, I think we do that. I think the thought, though, with the after hours would really be more just getting that person housed for the weekend, and then touching base with one of the case managers on Monday. And then that person would be able to assist with that. That's what my thought is. What do you think, Megan?
There is already an established screening tool we use when we field the phone calls, when people call, whether they're directed by law enforcement, community action, et cetera. So those questions about diversion, about friends and family, where did you stay last night, what kind of resources do you have, what are your plans, how do we start fresh the next day to develop a plan. So that's all in our screening tool. So those are being done. One of the things that we had brainstormed was, it's not going to help the outlying issue. And I just want to be clear, for the outlying issue, we have hotels to utilize. And if that direct bill can be resolved, I don't see any kind of other barrier, because we do have that 24-hour staff at the shelter. We also have that quad building with 4 smaller units. Currently, safety has said we can put up to 5 individuals in the shelter rooms. There are some furniture pieces, chairs and tables, a credenza for a TV. But we were thinking about, and this came about because we had some people leave some of those quad rooms, so that they were going to be empty. It was a matter of how could we come up with an emergency room plan for the Lodge of Hope. So that is something, quite possibly, if directed, we can try. We can pilot it and try. We would remove the things like the TVs. We have some shelving units that have been anchored to the walls that frees up some space, and we could put bunk beds. And if directed, we could ask we could mix households. We could put single individuals. I do want to caution you that I feel that there are potential safety issues involved. It's a non-congregate shelter, so staff are not in the specific building like they would be at the ARC. So if there was something to occur, and especially overnight, things don't always happen overnight, but we do have one staff member on site from 11 p.m. till 6 a.m. And so that house building where the offices are is locked down at 11 p.m. until 6 a.m. for the safety of the one staff. There is an intercom that works at the front door, and then we do have the outdoor surveillance. But if something were to occur in those rooms, it would be a potential safety issue for the guests and the shelter staff. So I can foresee a lot of calls coming to law enforcement because we really don't know what that situation is being in that house. And do we want staff going outside in the winter at 2 a.m., knocking on a door because one of the households is calling the shelter saying, hey, there's a fight next door. So just to be fair and transparent, to put it all out, there's pros and
So
cons.
I think basically what Megan is recommending, though, is that we do turn that quad into a short-term turnaround unit so that we're just housing people for maybe up to the 2 weeks, and that we could possibly put more than one person in a room with those units. So that's not something that we have done so far. Obviously, we're still experiencing a lot of growing pains with some of the residents that have been really difficult to make progress and move forward because of their own barriers. So really just trying to think outside the box and how we could maybe open up some more rooms for the emergency, just specifically for emergency shelter. We could also, offer that to the outlying areas if, we could get somebody over here after hours.
Okay, I have a list. Tyler, Bridget, then Kimlee.
So I think we really need to address this. It's an issue that's not going to go away. We have a serious housing shortage. We know that the general public has a housing shortage in the Upper Peninsula, and we're hit even harder, especially in our remote areas. People are being bought out of their communities. I give this example all the time. Munising is becoming unaffordable to live in because investors are coming in, buying up any property that's left there, and shifting people further and further back. So we're running into housing issues there. Marquette, same thing. You can't even get a fixer-upper for less than $300,000 in the city of Marquette right now. It is unbelievable. So people are being shifted out to Gwin, Nagani, Ishpeming areas as well. And a lot of these people are citizens who are having, some of these struggles. So we need to find a way to address it. I understand you have growing pains, but there has to be some kind of solution in between of increasing the housing market for our own tribe and then making sure that there are interim solutions for transitional and homeless population as well. I think one of the things that we need to look at to help offset this, and regardless of what people feel, like we need to develop our own tribal TANF program. We need to have a tribal TANF program in place. Yeah, it's a lot of legwork. There are people out there that can help us with the application process and to get it started. If we don't have the internal capacity, maybe we can outsource it because, even starting small with the tribal TANF program to help a lot of these needs, it might stop the imminent homelessness issue if we can address some of their needs up front with these programs. We're diving into the first round of TANF with the Chairman's Lowe's deal there with the state of, or not the state of Michigan. What's it?
It is the state of Michigan.
It is the state of Michigan,
Yeah, we
yeah.
got $1.3 million from the state of Michigan to help support the Lodge of Hope. I mean, no other tribe's got an appropriation. We received it because it's something innovative that we're doing and something that works.
Yeah, I was referring more or less to the having the baby program.
RX Kids.
Yeah, RX Kids. That is a TANF program, and that actually is meant to help, parents, up-and-coming parents with their newborns. There are a ton of other things that, once we do our own tribal TANF program, we get to say how those are implemented, and it helps offset the lie heap, which is now facing full cuts and things of that nature. So it can be basic general welfare payments to helping with utility assistance and housing and things of that nature. I know that we do some things, but we actually don't capture the funds that we should be capturing to implement those services. So I think the discussion needs to it needs to include the tribal TANF programs as well as transitional housing, as well as the homeless, the immediate homeless needs, as well as the long-term solutions that a housing is going to have to come up with. It's not just one or the other, it's all of those things. And we need to find out, and I heard you saying we would need to be directed to do this, that, and whatnot. My question is, why would you need to be directed if you're seeing some of these things in our communities and you're saying, hey, a pilot program might tell us whether or not this would be achievable? Why wouldn't those things be proposed to the board and approved by the board instead of a top-down approach, doing a bottom-up approach instead? But I stand firm, tribal TANF, we need to really focus on that. in some way, shape, or form, because it is a general welfare program. It is part of our treaty rights and trust responsibilities written in to our treaties. So general welfare is one of those things. So I think we need to add that to the discussion because it is part of the discussion. Yield.
So historically, we have not, as a tribe, applied for TANF because we do not have the infrastructure within social services to do that. I think that we really need to explore. I know you're saying all of these other things are available through TANF. I think that we would really need to explore exactly what that is. Heating assistance is not available through TANF. These other programs are not available through TANF. They receive the state of Michigan receives the same funding that we receive for LIHEAP funding. So I think that
Let me clarify on that, though. So the tribe defines its own needs for the TANF program.
Okay.
And I know that nationwide, tribes are implementing their TANF based on the needs of their communities, and those are some of the needs that the tribes have identified.
Okay.
So the state of Michigan may have regulations if you're pulling money directly through them, but you do not as a tribe. If you identify your needs for your resources, you implement those programs. And there are some experts that have been in the field for 20 plus years that are willing to help us out in some capacity. But this is, I have some information that these are successful projects throughout other communities.
that would be great.
Bridget, Kimley, Aaron.
So, I think that maybe where we were going in the beginning with the shelter would have been the emergency services, the fires, some substandard living conditions, any tragedy, abuse, whatever, somebody that needs emergency. And it sounds like in some cases it's more long-term for some people because we don't have some place to transition them to. Along what Tyler was saying, in my community last night at the city council meeting was a conversation about employee housing and short-term rentals, which is affecting our area tremendously. So I went to that meeting and I voiced my opinion on all that, and they ended up at the end of the meeting reducing the number of short-term rentals, and the next meeting they're going to tackle the employee housing issue, which I'm sure is happening in all your areas as well, and we need to let them know. I think it was good what happened last night. We had a lot of people in support of that. But I think one piece that we are missing too is that the piece of prevention, so that people know that they have, the ones that already have a place that are living, that we need to drive home on how they're going to keep those residences, because I think some of them could be prevented if they, maybe got more tools or whatever, that we can help provide them with the ability to keep those places. So, thanks.
Kimley, then Aaron.
I'm not sure if we've ever looked into the sleep trailer concept. I'll forward it to the board so you guys can look at it, but it could be a potential solution for some of these things that we're talking about. I guess, it's based on the concept like the Japanese pods, but to get people in crisis out of homelessness quickly, it could be something that maybe we could look at, and I don't know what that would mean for this area, but also could be brought to each unit. These things come on wheels, essentially, so finding a spot to, I guess, plug them in would be the concept, but it could help, and fast solutions where, it doesn't, we'd still have to have that wraparound service, but I'm going to forward this out so you guys can check those out.
Okay, Aaron, then Mike.
So I just want to reinforce what Tyler said regarding TANF programs. So my understanding of it, and I've done a lot of work in this area, is we didn't go the TANF route because we had intertribal council before we had our own services. Then we got our own services and we got really good at it, and we then went self-governance. So we have the flexibility to program and offer the services, and then also community development block grants and housing and in social services. So that's the way we've structured it. But we're not ineligible for TANF. So, and this is the case for, I think there's only one tribe in Michigan that does have a TANF program, because we're operating under old assumptions. You can structure the TANF delivery of services to meet your needs. And in fact, what it would do, we were once very efficient and very consolidated in the way we did a wraparound approach. But as we grew, we became disparate, and now we have separate departments that don't fully communicate and collaborate in that wraparound approach. So that's a function of our size. But we can develop a TANF program to either support the existing type of services that we're providing, or to add additional level of service than what we're providing. We've pieced it together over the years between our different funding sources and GA. We got creative, and Christine was the one that figured out how we could use the community development block grant to do funeral assistance, and we've done it that way. But we can apply for TANF, and we can look at our needs, and we can structure that delivery of services and dually do self-governance, do those individual competitive grants, which are CDBG, and then also do TANF. And if tribes don't want to do it, Intertribal could do it, but Intertribal won't do it unless the tribal leaders direct that to happen. But we don't know what's going to happen, with the president's budget. But I don't think TANF it is slated to be cut. TANF is slated to be cut.
TANF is slated to be cut for 2026, so when we've been having conversations to tighten up the belt, that's part of it. Juanita, what was our TANF award last year?
We don't get a TANF award.
Well, how much, LIHEAP is what I meant, sorry.
660 something, I believe, which was higher than we normally get. We received an increase this year.
How many families received that?
Megan?
So last year, it was 692 families that received our award of $500,000. Currently this year, 632,835. And to date, we've served 802 households. And we still have funding remaining.
So that's just the start of it.
Through September 30th.
You know what I mean? Like every year this administration is in office, you're going to see more cuts. And we're going to need to look at our wallet to see if we can backfill these programs with tribal support. Otherwise, you have 600 people not receiving that heating service this year. So when we talk about golf courses and other things, at a certain point, we're going to have to figure out what we prioritize as a tribe. All right, Mike.
This kind of goes back to this isn't the first time we talked about TANF and trying to apply for
Right.
that. And I thank Aaron for the history of it and all that, but we still, we have those infrastructure restrictions and devoting that. So what is it going to take to do that? Like prioritizing someone's time to look at those grants, apply for those grants, and try to get in. And it's at an unfortunate time because there are going to be probably cuts to TANF too and all that. But it's still going to be some resources out there, and we should be applying for them. So I just, I don't want this conversation to go to the wayside. I understand the infrastructural decisions that need to be made, and we can't apply for everything out there because we don't have the resources to handle them. But TANF is huge. It's a huge program. Even with the cuts, it's still going to be a huge program. So I do think it's going to be worth the effort to do it. And until we get those funds coming in, it will be is how you guys manage applying for them and trying to get them. I'm not looking for an answer right now or anything like that, but I do want to keep it on the radar of what is it going to take to apply for those grants and get some money coming in for that.
Well, I think we can definitely explore that, and maybe Tyler can send me the information that he has, and possibly we could get assistance from the grants department. So, yeah, it's definitely, and I think that I might have not realized the scope of what TANF could offer. So, it's definitely something we can look at, and I don't know what it means. My information is that it requires a lot more staffing to be able to provide TANF. You're talking about cutting assistance checks and a lot of different things.
So before you go, Christine, I'm going to figure out which tribes in Michigan have that program. If it's
That's
one
what-
tribe, I'll drive down there and I'll take a tour of their department. If they, yeah, so I can get a hold of Ogama Romanelli, ask for an invitation. He actually reached out and was wondering if their tribal council could come and do a tour of the Lodge of Hope. I mean, it's one of the things that we're becoming known for at this point, and other tribes want to learn from us. No.
Probably worse than ours.
I don't think so. So that's what I'll do, though. So, Christine?
Well, I just wanted this board to know and understand that when I left here in 1995, I was an Annie E. Casey Fellow, and one of the purposes I left and worked on was the welfare to work legislation. So this was the primary thing that I went out there and worked to pass, and this was, I worked in the Senate Finance Committee under the Indian Affairs. I put testimony in congressional record about this bill. I have preached about it for the 10 years I've been back, that we should go after tribal TANF, and no one would ever look at it. And so I'm encouraged to hear that people are willing to look at TANF. There was 85 tribes that have signed up in the last 10, 15 years, and have been working it well. So, it is direct funding from the federal government. It's just like all of the other programs that you can develop your own program about tribal needs, just like the BIA. But I've been out of social services, so there was not a whole lot I could do, but I think that it's definitely worth looking at. And the reasons I always got was, well, we don't have enough people on welfare, we don't have all of the people to do the whole, obligation, welfare to work, having to seek job requirements, but we've been doing it with new. It's going to be that way, and it's going to be in the future where you're going to have to be able to prove that. But this has been a program that I'm very proud that I advocated for and gave the tribes the right to do that. And I was a national expert on this, but that's also been 20 years ago. But I'd be more than happy to help on that.
Appreciate it. Okay, any more discussion on this?
Well, I just want to say that the only time I've ever heard about us applying for TANF was from Mike, probably a few years ago. I've never been directed or requested to apply for TANF.
Okay. Go ahead, Mike.
Just a follow-up on the thing that Megan brought up about using it and having mixed families within the same area. Have we looked at any other communities on how they handle that approach? Because I hear you saying it's a security issue, and there's got to be communities out there without the security too, and like how they handled it. So I don't know if we've been looking at that or if we need to explore that more, but I have concerns if we're going to use that and have it mixed without security. I think I'd have concerns on how we approach that, but I'm glad you brought it up. I'm glad we're looking into it, but I do have concerns on the security issues that you mentioned. So it'd be interesting to see how other communities and shelters, because I know there's a whole lot of homeless shelters out there that probably don't have the security either. So it'd be interesting to see how their approach is.
So most of the shelters in the state of Michigan are congregate shelters. So there's like a men's wing, a woman's wing. And so it's separated that way. And it is simply row upon row upon row of bunk beds and foot lockers. And sometimes it's going to be you present in at 8 o'clock. If there's a bed available at 8 p.m., then you go to shelter. And then you get up, you leave shelter at 10 o'clock in the morning, and you'll do it again. So we are unique in that our facility is the way it is.
Part of the reason you do it is because it's more family-friendly like that, too.
Well, that's true, but,
Yeah. You're not kicking people out for the day to roam around town.
and we're talking true emergency shelter. If somebody had a fire, law enforcement brings somebody because they picked them up at the bus station at 1 o'clock in the morning. Giving them a safe place to stay for the night, and then try to figure out a plan for the next day.
What I would recommend at a minimum is we could open those quads up and just have those be emergency shelter rooms. That we don't have to do congregate, we don't have to put people together, but we could open that quad up and just have it as emergency shelter it's open for the person for 2 weeks if they need it, but after 2 weeks, we would exit them from the program. So I think that would help a lot with the local area, or if somebody's from the outlying area. I mean, we can always, during, I think, business hours, assist with getting somebody to this area.
So let me share an example of something that just transpired today at the Lodge of Hope. We have an individual with a partner, 7 months pregnant, okay? On our wait list, a room came open 2 weeks ago. We contacted them. They were down in the Detroit area, living down there. Contacted them again today to see if their situation had changed. We have a room that is open. They were able to purchase a bus ticket. They will be here Thursday night. So having something that we can immediately get someone in, and of course, shelter should always be in the shortest amount of time possible to be most effective. So keeping at least one room up there available for something like that.
Okay, so
Be
you
my
guys have the
recommendation.
authority to implement that. I mean, you don't need board action from us, so why don't you try that and report back? It's a new program still, and policy and whatnot is going to be fluid to find what works. Bob, do you have any objection to a credit card being issued to ACFS so on weekend emergency situations, they can put people up in hotel rooms? And then what action would you need? Would you need board action, or would you be able to issue one independently from us?
Sure. Yeah.
I don't have an issue. We have to work around a couple of things with the bank, though, for the issue of the credit card. In other words, a credit card has to be issued in an individual's name. It'd be Sioux Tribe, care of John Doe or something like that, because ultimately that person will be responsible for the card. So if we can work around some of those and put some filters on it so they can only be used for certain things, yeah, we can go ahead and work with the bank on setting those up.
Okay, wonderful. Any final questions, comments on this topic before we move on? Last thing I want to do is, can you set up a tour of the Lodge of Hope with the Board of Directors later on this summer? So it's a wonderful program, and I think it would mean a lot to the residents there to have a visit from the Board of Directors. Most of us have been in there. We have a couple new board members, but it's a very important program.
We'll work it into our work.
Okay, go ahead, Joni.
I just wanted to quickly share that ACFS and Housing have had a really good partnership for probably upwards of 12 to 15 years now. And the Housing Authority does provide funding for homelessness, to prevent homelessness. And what is included in that is security deposits for individuals that are needing that to maybe secure a rental unit. And it can include first and last month's rent in this program. Anybody that is currently in a rental situation with delinquent rent, it can cover that. Delinquent homebuyer payments, so if somebody has missed their mortgage payment or something of that nature. And then the last one in this assistance program that we have is temporary shelter, which is the motel or hotel stays. We expanded it to include the motel stays during COVID, and we left that portion in the program. Typically, just in 2023, the Housing Authority spent $133,000 on this program with ACFS. In 2024, it was $113,000. What I do each year is I budget about $85,000, and as we get close to that, I go back to the commission and ask to increase the budget, so we don't ever cut off these services throughout the year. So I just wanted to share that there is something in place when you talk about homelessness and preventing homelessness.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Joni. I appreciate all the work that you do collaboratively with ACFS. Last chance, questions, comments? Okay, we appreciate you guys being here and the work that you do helping this population. Super important. Move on to the next item, which is cultural enhancement guidelines. Take a 5-minute bathroom break, and then we'll jump into that. We're going to go ahead and get started. The item that we're currently on is cultural enhancement guidelines. Ryan, you guys want to get us started on this?
Sure. I'm trying to get on the Zoom so I can share my screen, but let me. Who knows? Oh yeah, don't need. Is there anyone on Zoom that needs to see it?
Well, the packet included the latest.
Okay, let me.
You're gonna, there's people viewing, so you might want to pull it up.
You want me to try and pull? Okay. Yeah, so give me a second. Let me find your latest. Schulte.
If it's okay with you guys, while there's 3 quiet seconds, I sent you an email about a recent employee applicant. It's okay. You guys all see it? You okay with that?
I didn't look at it.
Just check your email, you'll see it.
Good move.
Okay.
Well, I can't join the Zoom, so sorry, I won't be able to share it. It just keeps telling me unknown error occurred.
You want to send it to Jess, you're on, Brian,
Yeah,
you send it to Jess, you can put it up.
okay. All right, I just sent it, Jess. Hopefully. She's going to try to, yeah, I just sent it to her. So we're here to talk about the latest draft of our cultural enhancement funding policy and request procedures. We had workshopped this several months ago last with the board. But this is an attempt to update our cultural enhancement funding policy for the use of those funds and set up the framework for how to process those requests through the accounting department. It incorporates a lot of what we had probably decades ago had set up as a process, but we were maybe not always following that exact process for every request. So we're trying to create a uniform way of doing these requests. If you have the red line in front of you, I'm going to scroll down to the second page to show some of the changes from this draft to the last one. In section 3, program guideline for general welfare tax exemption, we're proposing striking number 3, which says the payments cannot discriminate in favor of the board of directors. Not because that's not important, but it's because it's too confusing with the procedure. So this is something that's in the IRS statute and in the general welfare guidelines. We'll make sure that we follow it, but we hadn't fleshed out exactly what that would look like in practice or what that would mean. There was questions last workshop on whether that would hinder the board of directors from being able to collectively in their unit agree to spend these funds, and it wouldn't, but we just struck out that language just so it wasn't confusing to anyone. Number 4, we had that we would, in writing, the unit directors have to certify the activities are compliant with the general welfare doctrine of the IRS, where you change that to say meet the definition of ceremonial activities, which we have defined above on the first page. If they meet that definition, then they would, by effect, be tax exempt. We made the same change for the vendor. So right now, in the draft, the unit directors will have a form that they will certify that these are ceremonial activity, and the vendor will also sign off that if they're doing a workshop, mitten workshop, a Dreamcatcher workshop, they're doing a language workshop, whatever it is, they'll certify that this is a cultural and ceremonial activity, and so it can fall under that general welfare tax exemption.
Hey, Ryan, if you don't mind pausing for a second, Tyler has a question or comment.
Yeah.
Under ceremonial activities definition, I'd like to also capture traditional ecological knowledge and history.
Traditional ecological knowledge and history. Okay. Yeah, the more encompassing we can make the definition is the better, I think, so. Any other questions, comments?
I'm not seeing any more right now. We can keep going.
The next section that changed from the last draft was we added a section, or we changed section 6. And now it's a miscellaneous payment. There was this discussion last time on sometimes you'll have an activity in your unit, and maybe you want to be able to, I don't know, buy pizza for everyone, or you want to have some kind of a goodie bag to give out, whatever the case may be. And we wanted to make sure that our policies still encompassed that, didn't make that harder for your directors to do that, and also make it clear that those types of miscellaneous payments for those things, certain goods made out of the unit director's cultural enhancement funds for use at a community function in their unit would not be subject to the provisions of Section 3. This includes but not limited to like small items for goodie bags, food supplies, food deliveries, or catering for the function. Those payments for goods must follow the funding request section, which is further down in Section 8, but those would not fall under the general welfare tax exemption. So if you bought pizza from Pizza Hut or whatever, they're liable for their taxes. It's not the same as we set up a Sioux Tribe member who's going to put on a function for us and teach a class. Those are distinct and different. So those are not tax exempt, and that's what that section is accomplishing. Section 7, tax liability. We had in there previously, the unit director has any questions on whether their activity meets the general welfare doctrine, they shall consult with legal prior to processing requests. We've taken that out because they'll be certifying that these activities meet that definition of ceremonial activities. That is enough to capture any potential tax liability, which if they meet ceremonial activity definition, there wouldn't be tax liability. So the responsibility is just to make sure that they certify the activity is ceremonial cultural of Section 3 of this policy, and then no other consultation with legal or anything would be necessary, because they'll certify with that form with the vendor. This is a ceremonial activity, falls under this definition, is subject to the general welfare tax exemption. Going down to page 3, procedure for funding requests. In section 1, we have in the second bullet point, in the event a request for food supplies, food deliveries, or catering for any unit events are not able to be submitted in advance, this is that scenario where you want to buy pizza for the activity that everyone's coming to. Then right now the placeholder, and the board can weigh in on this, is if this is not a sufficient amount. The placeholder is the directors are authorized to spend up to $300, and then they can just submit their receipts, and then not have to get a pre-approval for, I want to buy pizza and it's going to cost me $100. You can just buy pizza, keep your receipts, and then that fund source can pay for it. So that's what this second bullet point is doing. My
Hey, Ryan.
question would be, is 300,
Yeah.
sufficient?
Tyler, has a question or comment?
No, it's not enough. My receipts have gone up the last couple because we have so many people showing up, which also makes the fourth, whoops. I think you have too many bullet points here, you know, like as far as the form. This is supposed to be a simplified process, and now we're going, how many tribal members are we going to reach? The proposed instructor, the budget right here is what I have an issue with, the proposed budget for an activity. Why are we doing a proposed budget? Like, I understand like outlining it, but usually it's outlined in a vendor agreement if you agree with a vendor. I also don't agree with, where is it, the 30 days prior to proposed activity. Sometimes activities pop up that we can support within the next day. Oftentimes, you'd go to pass tobacco to somebody to ask them for something, or maybe somebody will come to you to ask for something. So there's like a lot of policy in this area that actually doesn't mesh with culture. I'm not sure what a good limit would be, but so far, to my knowledge, there's no way to have the tribe pre-purchase my food. Like, nobody's suggested it to me. I would rather not pay out of pocket. It would be great if I wasn't paying out of pocket and then waiting to get reimbursed for 2 weeks. That would be phenomenal. Yeah, I mean, I have a lot of questions about this whole section.
Yeah, that'd probably be more an accounting request. I don't have an opinion one way or another on this is more of an accounting process. I will say that we have an old policy that never was rescinded, and a lot of this language is currently in that policy and not being strictly followed. So we migrated that policy over to this new form that encompasses both the policy and procedure. If I can let Bob weigh in more on that part for like the advance notice and the elements, that was something I think was accounting in the accounting form and in the prior procedure that we aren't strictly following.
Well, even then, like when we buy things in advance in bulk, we get POs, and it's like, how much am I going to spend? I have no idea. However much I have to spend to get the supplies. Like, I don't have time to go to GFS every other week to get supplies, so I buy them in bulk to last several months. When we run out, I go back again. Like, it's the way we have it with the flex. We don't have any staff on the west end to handle this. You know what I'm saying? So like, who are we assigning to do all of this stuff if it's not me? So it's what, again, I'll go into this, and what happens here is not going to necessarily be successful for the West End. It could cripple some of the services that we are trying to provide at a limited capacity. And I'd let the rest of the board members, I know Bridget had her hand up, but I think we need to kind of look at this and see if there's something more agreeable or broader to fit this in here.
I think there is, Tyler. I think, and going back to your comment, you know, or was Ryan's about, this is an accounting procedure. This is historically 10, 15, 20 years old. I don't remember how old it was. And I don't necessarily think we need to follow that. My major concern about this is that we don't get outside the General Welfare Exclusion Act and make sure that we can properly process whatever requests we're getting. So in regards to like the purchase orders, you can write a purchase order without an amount on it. You can put on there not to exceed $500 or some kind of internal control mechanism that, you know, because you have to put some number on there. I mean, you don't want to give anybody a blank check. So, I mean, there are some workarounds how we can handle the processes.
Bridget, did you want to speak? I didn't see your hand go up. Yep, go ahead.
So I pretty much agree with Tyler. I think, you know, he does a lot in his community. I do most of the organizing in my community. I think, you know, we want to put some structure in place, and that, you know, that's fine. But if there's things that are happening that people want to call out, then call out. I don't think the old way that we were doing this didn't work. That's why we kind of went away from that. And I think we need to make it as easily as possible. I mean, I'm open to anybody seeing the way we've spent the money in Unit 3. I don't, there is nothing there, if anybody wants to. But I agree with him on some of the things, and there's some other things coming up, on here that I don't agree with as well. I'll wait till we get to those sections, though.
Okay, Kim, Rob, Aaron.
So I do totally agree with Tyler on the $300 amount not being enough. This past Saturday, we had our cemetery cleanup. 25 people showed up, $320 in food. And that was hot dogs, chips, fruit and veggie tray, some drinks. That was it. It's not like it was anything extravagant. So, yeah. I think that definitely has to be increased. I know that we're not on the less than 30 days section, but I also agree. I don't know what that's going to look like, but a 30-day is sometimes pretty tight. Obviously, it's not the norm, and it's not something we want to get into practice on. Like, hey, we have something going on in 2 days. Not having that be a norm, but I think we still have to account for it because we do have things that do come up. In our area, we worked on getting medals for our graduating seniors. So I think we had, 2 weeks maybe?
Yes.
2 weeks. And that was waiting on all of the YEA staff to get those numbers to us, which doesn't always take too long, but sometimes it can, depending on what they have going on. And thank God we did get a little bit more money because at the last second, we had a YA coordinator change from only 10 seniors to now 25. Wow. So we have, $1.10 or something left. That was it. If we wouldn't have had already that money, it would have been there's no way we have 30 days. We have graduation coming up next week and then the week after. So I don't know what that's going to look like, but 30 days I don't think is reasonable all the time. So thanks.
Rob.
One way to do it would be to have an estimate of how much you're spending each month on food and then have it in an annual budget. I really think that each unit's cultural enhancement funds should be pre-planned out with the assistance of the culture department. And that's not to take anything away from any unit. I think that we could stick with the same allocations to each unit. But we really are in violation of Chapter 96. Anytime we spend money outside of a open meeting that's properly noticed to our members, that's against code, so we have to fix that. And so let's say on average you're spending, $150 a month on pizza. You could very easily put in $1,800 per year, and then if you get close, you could adjust that. Then say that you need an adjustment, make it public, and do it. But this idea that these small things won't turn into big things is ludicrous, because if you look at the spending, you'll see people that have earned well over $20,000 in cultural enhancement funds, and members have a right to know where that's going. So whether it's $100 for pizza or $60,000 to a gym, there's got to be something in place that makes us in compliance with Chapter 96. And, turning the blind eye doesn't make it legal. So we could all sit here and discuss any functions of this that we want to, but at the end of the day, we're out of compliance with our own code.
Aaron.
So I want to be careful not to conflate those two different issues, because we have a habit as a body to either be supportive of something or not supportive of something, and there's nowhere in between, okay? So I agree with Rob that there should be accountability. I do see abuses on some people habitually tapping into the cultural fund, like, I won't say it, and disproportionate rates of what some people are paid through that. It's very lucrative for people, and in some cases, some of those people are full-time employees of the tribe or full-time employees someplace else. So, we eliminated double dipping for a reason, because it's a conflict of interest. Now, having said that, the reason why we have the Cultural Enhancement Fund is, and it's only about 5 years old. I think it was created just before you came, Bob. It's not that old, actually. The reason it was created is because culture wasn't doing sufficient work in our communities. And so it was almost like we're not waiting for culture to catch up. We're going to do it. We're going to program it. Culture, or in some cases, YEA. YEA does some stuff that's, in some cases really good in some areas, and it depends on the YEA coordinator. So I think that was a good thing that we created that. And we do need to think about how to make it as convenient as possible for the board members that are the ones that get to sign off on it. But if we're spending tribal funds, there has to be accountability. And if we're using, and we intend to use the General Welfare Exemption Act to exempt those funds from taxation, then we have to comply with federal law. So we have to. It's not like we have the choice not to. Even though it's our own money, we have to. So, but I think we can get there. We did have some practices and policies in place for the use of the drum van and funds that the drum budgeted, and we actually didn't budget it. We did originally have a Bawating drum budget under the tribal board, and then when we tightened up, then we didn't have it, and then the fiduciary funded it for a while, and there was resistance from some cultural people because they said we were doing things the white way and we're too accountable. But what was happening is some drum leaders were getting the check cut to them, and they were pocketing half of it and not sharing it with the drum groups. So that's why the specificity about how much money is being requested, how much is going to drummers, how much the drum handler, the person who gets the money, gets to keep. Because we had people that are on the drum that were complaining to us that they weren't getting stipends, when we knew very well that we were budgeting for them to get stipends, but it was being pocketed, and because they were at a casino, the money was being spent at the casino. So we have to have accountability, and nobody should be arguing otherwise, because this, as Rob said, this is the tribe's money. We are accountable to the people. I mean, I have a question. What if somebody does a FOIA request to know where all this money went? I think somebody did they? Okay.
Not that I can remember.
Are we going to say it's proprietary and you don't have any right to know it?
I would ask legal.
Yeah, that's a big question on that one. So we should be able to account for every penny and be able to justify it, but I do think it needs to be flexible, because for those board members that are trying to serve their community and they're expanding cultural opportunities, I appreciate that, and it's because we are not doing it out of culture. That needs to be fixed, by the way. So we put a Band-Aid on, and it's, walking on eggshells and walking around the problem, when the ideal would have been to fix the cultural division and fully fund, what we need, so then board members don't have to feel like they're the ones that have to do it. That's the reason why it's happening. So I do support it continuing, but the accountability has to be there, and we do need to get, it's a separate issue that Rob has raised, but we do need to get past to me, waste, fraud, and abuse, people that are using cultural funds for personal gain rather than what they're supposed to be using it for, which is teaching culture and spreading culture.
Okay, Rob, do you have something else to say? Your hand's still up.
Yeah, I was just going to make the point that Aaron kind of just did, because anytime we say that, this fund was created because culture wasn't doing what they were supposed to do, or they weren't doing enough in those areas, I always have to say that I've never advocated to take anything away from the units. But, did we try to give culture an increase, the culture division an increase of 5% of hotel tax, and then direct them to implement culture at 1% within each of the units, and I don't think we have. So the fix shouldn't have been to place that money within the board's hands. It should have said, okay, we can allocate 5% of hotel tax, 1% to each unit, and give it to the proper department that handles culture. So if we did not do that, we can't possibly say, well, they weren't doing enough, because the fact is they just don't have the resources to do it. Now, if you were to take that budget and give it to them and say, this is what we need, you'd be looking at a different story. The fix for any department should never be to take funding and put it in the board's hands and think that it's going to work out well. That's delusional thinking. It's never going to work. The board should be in charge of policy, procedure, and legislation, and that's it. And when you get into thinking that because you won a popularity contest in a unit, that you somehow know what's best for culture in your unit, it's definitely not humble. So I think that we need to really think about how we fix these issues in the future, and the fix should never be to place a budget arbitrarily in the board's hands that they could utilize without notifying the members. That's absolutely crazy.
Okay, Aaron, then Mike.
So I just differ a little bit than Rob's position. There was a discussion at the time, and I'm thinking the ones that are at the table right now were Kim and Mike and me and Lana, and there was no confidence that that money should go to the cultural division. It wasn't even like a disagreement. We all said, no, we don't want that to happen, because nothing will happen. So, and I do support, and I think it's right that board members should want to be involved in expanding cultural opportunities for their unit. I think that's a good thing. But I also think that just because we're the board, that we should have a different standard than what the departments have to follow in order to use the funds of the tribe. The departments have to plan ahead. They have to have a budget. They have to propose their budgets. They have to have, they have to reconcile their expenditures. So I do think there could be some greater flexibility there with the staff too, because it's not really that way. I mean, we got to get purchase orders. If we don't have an agreement with a certain store, it makes it really difficult. But I think it should, whatever we come up with should be no less accountable just because board members are the ones that are exercising and using those funds. So that's it.
Mike, then Tyler.
I previously didn't agree with the previous policies because we couldn't agree. That's why the policies haven't been amended, because this body couldn't agree on new procedures. I didn't agree with it going to the board members at the time, but since then, it has been working though. I mean, cultural activities has been picked up in the outside lining areas in large part because of this. Our cultural department's always historically been stretched too thin. It's to put any blame on that. We just recently added cultural coordinators 2 weeks ago. So I don't blame the cultural department by any means. They're spread too thin. They just couldn't get everything done. And having those monies go to those board members and having them bring cultural activities in the outlining areas has worked. I hear the abuse thing, but unless we do some kind of, I think we should be looking more at accountability and showing where the money goes, and I think that's fine. And I think that's where, if there's abuse shows up there, then we should deal with it. But just to blanket it as abuse, and nothing prohibits any of this, that the cultural department can't work with the board members and identify. They're going to do what they're going to do, and this is supposed to enhance what they're doing. And that's all that it was supposed to do, is enhance it. It wasn't supposed to take it over, wasn't supposed to prohibit them from doing any cultural activities in outlining areas or in the big areas. So I view it as enhancement dollars. I didn't agree with it initially, but
it has been working, so if it's an accountability concern, we should look at that and just show some kind of transparency and go from there.
Yield.
Tyler?
Yeah, I agree with Mike, and what I'm trying to do is highlight areas that won't work and see if we can come to an agreement instead of just going through the same old stories of this happened here, this happened here, this happened here. Well, put it in the paper to something we can agree on. We're telling you that a 30-day notice isn't going to work, that $300 isn't going to work, that coming up with a detailed budget is not necessarily going to work. And here's an example. One of the things that I had done with mine when Stacy actually got hired in our end, she was amazing when she was doing the work there, is she didn't actually have a budget right away. So I just said, hey, use up to X amount of dollars. I think it was $25,000. But I have to pre-approve all the activities, and they have to get sent through the same channels. So it's at multiple eyes. That's not a budget, but it was a cap, right, on multiple different workshops. And she was able to nail down a whole bunch of workshops really efficiently. Now, having a flyer posted for people equal opportunity to sign up, a lot of my activities don't require sign up. Some of the workshops do because they're limited in participation. A lot of the things, a lot of the events and activities that I support do not. Those are awareness-raising supports. One example, Orange Shirt Day, or the unveiling of the 7 grandfather teachings in Marquette, so on and so forth. Like, those things are all cultural activities. We're bringing awareness to the community. We're bringing awareness to the tribal members. One of the other things I do not support, we won't know until 5 business days before an event whether or not we're going to get paid back, and we have to pay out of pocket and then get reimbursed. Like, that's not going to work, you know? Something else that I don't support, making everybody sign a contract who serves the tribe. Tobacco is a contract. So you're trying to westernize this model of something that, again, Mike agrees here, it is working in the way it's doing. We can just show transparency with the process. What some of the other things here. Now we're reporting to the education director, and the education director isn't even the board's chain of command, because the education director is the final approver for the contracts and supply lists and all of that other stuff. What I do agree on, I think is good, is incentives. So incentives per participant, even that can be questionable because it says $100 in value per participant. Well, some of the stuff that they'll walk away with if they craft something is far more valuable than $100. So are they then not allowed to take a black ash basket or something with them that costs $250, $300, $400 for some medallions that are being crafted? So are they now not allowed to participate in the workshop and then take their craft home with them, because that technically could be read as an incentive, and they're now taking that home? I don't know, there's more questions for me than there are solutions. And instead of just addressing the language, we're talking about why this needs to be in place. Okay, we all agree something needs to be in place, that's fine, but let's find the language and the words that we can all agree to get this in place. That's what I'm getting at. I think that's what Mike was getting at a little bit, is like, where do we show our transparency? Where do we work on this? Because I don't think nobody's stealing from these funds. And to accuse anybody of theft or dishonesty is just plain outright. It's wrong, unless we have evidence. And if we don't have evidence, why aren't people calling for an investigation? You know what I'm saying? Because this is being brought up in general terms that it's an abuse and abuse and abuse. Well, the board does have the right to spend this because it is allocated to the board to expend within a resolution. Therefore, we do have the authority to expend it. We are not violating anything within our Constitution or our code because that resolution gave the authority with the culture funds. And you can argue that up and down, but it's policy, it's in place. So I say let's get past that. We're highlighting things that in our districts, in our areas, we know are not going to be efficient or sufficient or even work for us because, you know, the furthest areas out, we don't have access to employees, you know. And if we want to get into it, like, I know that there's, you know, cultural people coming in to help us out. I think that's great down the road, and maybe we can readdress this later on. But when our coordinator was left, I had sent an email asking for a status on all of the various workshops we're supposed to be working towards, and all of that stuff has stopped, and none of it has moved forward. So that's another issue that we're having. And that's left in the hands of the culture department. And I put a pause on my stuff, waiting patiently, but I do have to move some things forward because people are expecting these services to continue and these workshops to continue. So again, I'm just highlighting things that I know that are not going to work, that we're going against our own culture, is that tobacco being that contract, and now we have to sign a contract, and the education director has to sign it. Again, who's not even our chain of command, so. With that, I mean, there's really nothing more. If we can't come to an agreement, like, I'm just going to vote no. Like, what I'm trying to do is highlight the things that I know won't work, and let's come to an agreement. Yield.
Okay, Bridget, Rob, then Aaron.
So I have same concerns. When it comes to the event flyer, when I'm planning something, I usually do up my own flyer. I put them in, the buildings in the community, our mid-gym, our community building, the elder complex, put it on Facebook, and I prioritize tribal members in Unit 3. That's who's the priority. They can call, sign up. If there is households, if there are tribal employees, if there is vacancies, then they get plugged in. But the priority is for people in the area. I also open it up to anybody across the bridge. That's always on there because we're the closest unit. So plenty of people, can do that. But that's our priority. That's where the funding, that's what the issue was, is people in our areas weren't getting these activities. In nothing on the cultural department, but we have people in our own communities that can do some of the same similar activities, crafts. They have the knowledge. So, we're building our own communities. There's nothing wrong with that. I also agree with Tyler as far as the education director being involved in the process. I had the same thoughts, not in our chain of command. Now we are bringing him to Ashley or Lana. I think that there's a lot that the education director has on their plate already, trying to get the scholarships straight, trying to get into all the schools, JKL, there's a lot of things that we have wanted with that position, and Stephanie's been in probably going on a couple years and she's doing good things, and we need to give her the time to do it. I have nothing against her, but I don't know why we're going to pile this on. And like Tyler said, if people are abusing it or people want to accuse us of doing it, put it in writing, go to law enforcement, whatever you want to do, but our communities are appreciative of what has been going on, and like I said, we're building communities. So I'm in total agreement with what has been said about it today.
Rob.
So I'm not sure where anyone's getting that anyone blamed anybody for stealing, because I don't think I ever have. I don't think I've ever heard that mentioned in here. If that's what we want to do to deflect, that's fine. But nobody's ever blamed anyone for stealing. I have said it's been abused. I would like to see how much the spending increases prior to elections. I would almost guarantee that it goes up, but I'd like to see it. And then to say that it's not being used for political favors is crazy, because I know who's gotten the cultural enhancement funds, and if you go to their Facebook page right before elections, they're supporting the people who approves the funds. There was a debate online, and someone who gets pizza in Unit 5 was putting a stake in the ground and hard defending Tyler. So, not that was the point in it. I don't think that it's purposeful, but when you put funding in elected officials' hands and allow them to do what they want with it, the natural course is going to be that people give them props for spending those funds. There's going to be no way to get away from that. And to me, that is abuse. That is definitely abuse. And when you have a tribal code in Chapter 96 that says the board shall not take binding action outside a properly notified meeting to its members, spending money is binding. Having a contract with someone doing cultural events that gives them thousands of dollars multiple times a year is binding action. And it's hidden from the members. It's never notified to them. So I'm not saying by any means that you guys have to stop doing what you're doing. I agree. A lot of the things you're doing is good. I've gotten a lot of compliments from people in Unit 5 that are so happy that Tyler is doing some of the stuff that he's doing. So I'm not advocating to take anything away from anyone. But I am saying that it needs to be public and it needs to be notified to the members. We can't keep turning a blind eye to it and pretending that it's in compliance. It's out of compliance with code. There's no question about it. Read the code. But I'm getting pretty annoyed by people saying, well, if you're blaming us for stealing, no one's blamed you for stealing. I've never once said that. Or that I'm taking it away from units. So you guys can spin however you want to spin, but don't be saying things that I didn't say.
Aaron.
Okay, so we gotta clarify something. The board is not in the chain of command. We're not allowed to be in the chain of command per the double dipping amendment. So this argument that education shouldn't be involved because they're not in our chain of command, you are not in the chain of command. The board of directors do not, although we have this sort of strange structure where we do have certain key employees that report directly to the board, you are not in the chain of command. You're not allowed to be in the chain of command per that constitutional amendment. So I want to clarify that. I don't have any argument if it's not education. It really could probably be the board office and accounting. So it's not like education's approving it, disapproving or approving it. It's probably going to end up on Jessica's lap. But I will also say that, Rob, you're not quite correct. It's not in violation of a code. It's in violation of the Constitution because the board doesn't vote to appropriate these funds ever. And that part does violate the Constitution. So having said that, that can be corrected by the board voting to appropriate the funds. This should be drafted like any other budget, and it should be approved by the board of directors on an annual basis. This is outside of that. We get a report. Bob does a report every so often. I think Bill does it for Bob. And we get a report, but at no point does the board vote on these funds. And when I first got elected, that's the way things happened in this tribe, and that's why we bought a barge. That's why money was just being thrown away, millions of dollars thrown away. So, but that can be fixed. And Rob is right that it does violate the Constitution because we're not voting on the appropriations, and we need to. So that needs to be fixed. Also, I will say this, without getting too specific on any names, I did see in that report that we got recently an individual who got $1,000 a day for 2 days in a row for three hours of work for each day. Now, you could argue that they have to do a lot of prep and, all of that. Then the question is how many people went to those workshops. But that person is definitely being enriched by this process. There's a teaching in our culture that when we're teaching culture, we're not supposed to monetize it and turn a profit. Now, obviously, that's not completely realistic because if somebody's going to dedicate their time and effort, but if they already have a job in the tribe or they have an affiliated job through the tribe and they're collecting, again, that's double dipping. One other thing is, I over the list of people that I know who have been vendors for cultural enhancement, there's at least 2 or 3 people that have been fired from the tribe for theft. Now, I'm not naming any names, this is a big pool of people, but 2 or 3 people who have been fired from the tribe for theft, for stealing cultural funds. I'm not making that up. Jessica knows who I'm talking about. for falsifying time cards, not coming into work, moonlighting and doing other cultural events and making money outside of the tribe while collecting a paycheck for the tribe. And so we need to be a little more discerning. Where you're picking your cultural people, don't pick somebody that has stolen from the tribe, took a complete advantage of the tribe. Don't pick somebody that's done that. And then I could go off on people who have been investigated for molesting children also being allowed to conduct workshops. I have a real big problem with that. And I'm not saying falsely accused, because some say that if you don't get convicted, you're found innocent. That's just a stupid thing to say, because you're not found innocent. They just didn't have enough evidence to convict you. So we need to be a little more discerning when we're using our cultural funds, so we're not putting our people in the hands of somebody who's stolen from us or somebody who's molested our children. So having said all of that, I don't know why this turned into a big defensive sort of, you're not touching my funds sort of thing, and stark reactions to it. We need to have accountability. And I don't care who you are, we need to have accountability. Board members can be just as accountable as our staff have to be. We should not be asking for any procedures or policies that are different than what our staff have to follow, because we're no more important than our staff, unless we believe that because we're board members, that we should have a separate and unique process for board members versus what staff members have to follow. That's what I'm hearing.
Okay, Kim Hampton.
So I've heard a couple people, I don't know who, but it's been mentioned to plan these sorts of things in advance with cultural by like an annual basis. I don't think that's realistic. But I did want to say nowhere, I don't think anybody has said that this was taken out of culture because culture couldn't do it or wouldn't do it. It's flat out that they didn't have the capacity or the capability due to staffing. If we put it back into culture, then obviously we know we're going to have more staffing to be able to handle it. Would I be okay with that? Sure. I think if we were to do that, then I think a good idea would be to take, one person, add somebody over in Unit 4, one person, Unit 5, one person that does have their hands in those culture funds. And then Tyler, Larry, myself can still ask for those with the correct documentation, and then they make sure all of our T's are crossed, I's are dotted. I would have no problem with that. But if we don't have those people in place to handle it, then we're going to be back at square one. And it's going to negate the whole purpose of having the cultural enhancement funds moved anyway. There was something else. So I don't know if there's a mechanism that we could possibly do. I understand, where Aaron's payment, where he brought in some of his concerns too. I understand that there is not a requirement to have people conducting workshops and such to have background checks. However, is there a mechanism that us as a board could have, like, I'm going to be doing this workshop with Jane Doe, she's going to be conducting it. Could I send an email to Chief of Police and say, hey, I'm going to be having Jane Doe, this date of birth, do this. Could you just run a quick for me? Or, this person signed stating I could just run a quick to make sure everything's okay. Maybe we make a requirement that if we ask, they have to sign stating that we can. But honestly, I can go in out on my own on iChat on the internet, pay $10 and have a background run on anybody I want, as long as I have a name and a date of birth. That's it. So I think as practice that as board members, we should be doing that. If there is ever any question that I will be honest, anybody who's ever done workshops in our unit, that's exactly what I've done. I spent $10 of my own money, went on iChat, ran it, there's nothing there, okay. They can't come back and say, well, you didn't have my permission. I don't need anybody's permission to run an iChat, pay $10 on the internet. Anybody can do that, and you can run that on absolutely anybody. So there's just that, because I am cautious on who is doing things in my units. And that came with experience and stuff. Also, I want to say that us as a board, we sit as a board of 13, and we're all supposed to be a team working together, and we're working together to work on this process and procedure. I don't think it's okay for us to be sitting there pointing fingers at each other or making accusatory statements or anything. Literally, we are getting nowhere. I feel like we went totally off track, and we need to stay on track because this is important. So, yeah, that's it.
Okay, so I don't see any more hands up. I'm going to give you guys my opinion. You guys can take it or leave it, and then we'll finish up this item. So I think there is common ground. So the way cultural enhancement works is we take 5% of the hotel revenues at this hotel and all the other hotels, and then 1% goes into each unit, where then those unit directors get to decide how it's spent. So some units have one person, some units have 5 people. When I was a Unit 1 board member, I participated in that process as well, and I can tell you, not everything that's approved enhances culture. A local gym was given, I think, $50,000 during the pandemic. What did that do to enhance culture when we had the Big Bear? And we give Lake Superior State University $86,000 from long-term 2%.
Big Bear was closed.
Well, we have the ability to open it. So that does not enhance culture one way or another. Another common complaint from people in the community, and these are complaints that are fielded to me, I'm not making them up or just coming up with them on the fly, is there's no process right now. So there isn't a published word about how an individual can go and obtain cultural enhancement. There's an application process. There's not information on the website, say, hey, if you want to consider yourself to do a cultural workshop, get a hold of your unit director, you know what I mean, and make a proposal. There's nothing. It's absolute word of mouth. Some people in a unit south of here said there's no point putting in a request because 1 or 2 people get it. I could read the email. You know, we should be advertising how much money is in each unit, and we should be advertising how you can request to put on a workshop. I mean, that's easy, that's low-hanging fruit, and then we should also publish what we're spending the money on at least once a quarter in the tribal paper.
And who gets the money?
Well, we can start now. Does anyone have any issue with Bob telling us how much is in there right now? I mean, we've talked a lot about transparency. How much, Bob?
We've already done that.
So that's the issue. $600,000 can be spent without a vote, without notifying anyone, and some people have an issue with that. We're not accusing anyone of being criminals or thieves or anything like that. There's just common ground. Every other dollar that we spend as a tribe, we have passed through the budget. I don't think the board of directors is ever going to put this genie back in the bottle, but there's common ground. Report where the money's getting spent once a quarter, create like an application process, formalize it, pay people roughly the same amount for doing the same stuff. So if someone's putting on a ribbon making workshop in Unit 1, they should probably get paid about the same amount if they're doing it in Unit 5, right? I mean, that's all low-hanging fruit, you guys. We're not taking your money, just a little bit more transparency. $600,000 is a lot of money. So let's talk about the coordinators. So we approved 3 new positions in addition to Stacy's, and that probably cost us about $200,000 when you look at the salary and then fringe. I mean, in an ideal world, I say empower them with those funds. Every single unit is going to have a cultural coordinator. If they have access to those funds to put on cultural workshops during their 40-hour work week, I think that's an incredible display for them. You know, but I don't think it's ever going to get back in the bottle, but there's compromises and it's not difficult. So, all right, let's keep going with this quickly. Go ahead.
I just wanted to provide some clarification on why the education director was in this policy. This policy was originally written back between whether it was 2016, 2019, when we had the education director overseeing the culture department. So that's why that title is in that policy. Obviously, now I don't, you know, it's cultural enhancement funds. That position wouldn't oversee that funding.
Okay.
It's just a it's a placeholder. It's a placeholder based on current policy that's never been rescinded, whether we follow it. That's just the current policy imported into this new draft. So the board can direct us on who they think is the appropriate contact person. We threw education director in. You see our little parenthesis. Should it be the board administrator? I don't know who it should be. I don't have a position on that, but the board can help direct that. But the education director is used throughout, but you consider it a placeholder, and if we are directed to find a different point person, then we can put that into the policy. I don't want to get hung up on whether it's education or not. That can be easily changed based on the board's majority consensus.
Okay, Aaron?
Can we agree to post the activities and what the vendors got? They're not employees, they're not shielded by the Open Meetings Act and the confidentiality or proprietary information. Can we post what the different vendors get? Because I'm telling you, it's as somebody said it, I don't remember, I think it might have been you, Austin, what somebody gets in one unit versus what they get in another unit, there's too much variability there. And I am one person, and anybody who's worked with me knows that I support paying cultural people for their work and paying them as professionals to do their work. But nobody should be cashing in on cultural enhancement. There's something very dirty and wrong about that. I think we should give a professional wage, but if we think everything's on the up and up and there's nothing to hide, we should be willing to publish and post the amount that individual people are getting, how much they're getting per year, how much they're getting per event. Because if we post that information, there's going to be serious concerns about it. And you'll see some disparities in what some people are getting versus what other people are getting. So.
Okay, Kim Hampton, then Bridget?
Aren't the cultural enhancement funds, weren't they approved in a budget for Schedule C this year?
Yes, they're approved every year. We come up with an estimate of what we've generated in taxes for the prior years and then allocated out that same amount. So I think we're appropriating like $240,000 a year collectively among all the units.
So they're appropriated, how does that change, this is an ignorant question on my part, but how does that change whether they have to be voted on or not?
No, I think they are voted on then if it's appropriated.
Well, that's what I'm asking.
Well, they're appropriated, that's correct, but we could generate $240,000 a year in hotel taxes and spend $250 or spend $220, depending on what the requests are for the year. We just do a set aside of that, whatever we think the tax revenue is going to be for that year.
If we overspend, we should do a reconciliation before we overspend, because you would fire somebody for doing that.
You still have the
So we still have to vote on it? That's my question. If it's already approved through a Schedule C budget, do we have to vote on?
You vote on it
What's-
as part of the packet, as part of Schedule C.
Like, do we have to vote on each activity? Like, okay, we're going to use this much money for this. Does it have to be voted on in an open thing because it's already approved in a budget?
No. Well, practices, it hasn't been coming back to the board for that.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking. So we keep saying that it needs to be voted on in an open session, but what I'm asking is, does it have to be? Because it's already budgeted for in Schedule C's appropriated. So we don't have to actually vote for it, each individual thing. So then, okay, thank you. So just to clarify, because it is approved in Schedule C budgets already, run through the budget department, already voted on by Board of Directors, each individual item for cultural enhancement funds per unit does not have to be voted on in an open session.
Correct.
Thank you.
You guys appropriate the funds, they've been voted on, you have their budget, and then we have our process that you all follow right now to individually within your unit.
So we're not in
together.
violation by not voting in an open session.
I mean, I haven't fully analyzed that, so I don't want to answer that. If you want to direct me to make a legal opinion on that, I can, but
yeah.
I'm not going to answer that today. I can't. I don't want to put myself on the spot
I'll put it down
like
as a board
that.
concern then. Thank you.
So Bridget, Aaron, Rob, Isaac.
So when there's talk about different pay for different units, I don't see anybody else's units, so I don't know what's going on with, if people are getting lists of everybody's unit and going through them. I've never seen anybody's stuff, nor do I care to. But I would think, obviously the change would be the locations, whether it's per diem, maybe difference in class sizes, I don't know. But I just don't like when I hear things that, whether you say somebody's name or not, that you're targeting people. I think we have a hard enough time trying to get people to do these And when it was mentioned about people don't know about them, I've put it in my unit report before. If somebody is interested in, teaching a class or coming in and sharing something, to contact me. So, I'm just reaching out to people that do have that knowledge and that people in our community or different crafts or whatever they are interested in doing. So I don't like the targeting that gets brought up, whether it's names or not. A lot of times people know who they're talking about anyways. It's just more a harassment, I think.
Okay, go ahead, Aaron.
If somebody stole from us and was fired for theft, it's not in our interest to cover that up and to continue to give them more of our money. So I'll say that very clearly. And if that person has a problem with me, they can file a lawsuit. So we shouldn't be about wanting to cover up people's bad actions. So I'll say that. So Kim, I'm glad that you asked that question in the way that you did, because if we did appropriate it initially, we do appropriate the funds. We don't line item budget, but the programs are responsible for planning ahead. We would haul their butt in here and bitch them out if they spent a bunch of money that wasn't previously identified to be spent on programs and services throughout the year. We require that they draft their budget, and attachment worksheets include the activities that they plan for the year. They are required to plan in ahead. Now, I also will say, because I'm on the middle ground on this, is that I do know that things come up, and I do appreciate board members wanting to provide additional cultural enhancement for their communities. But it shouldn't be slipshod. It should follow all the rules and procedures. And one big difference with how we pay vendors through the cultural enhancement is there is no standardization. If you look across, and Bridget said she doesn't care what other units do, but it's all of our fiduciary duty and responsibility over all the funds of the tribe. We need to care, because if something's happening and it's disproportionately being spent, and if there's political favor happening between the board members that are deciding who gets the funds, and people getting a $1,000 workshop 2 days in a row, that is a problem. That's a major problem. So also, if they go over budget, if we overspend, that does require it coming back to the board of directors for a vote before you overspend, because we have fired people in the past that overspent their budgets, but we can't fire board members. But the board members need to be held accountable to the same standards that our staff have to be held to. And nobody's saying it out loud, but nobody should be arguing for a separate process for board members as different from the staff. Finally, I think, again, we shouldn't hide behind secrecy and not be willing to post what vendors are getting. Because if members could see what some vendors are getting, it's not the majority of the people that are getting cultural enhancement fund. It's about 1 or 2%. They are disproportionately enriching themselves personally from the cultural enhancement fund. And it's wrong.
Rob? Can you hear me, Rob?
Okay, yeah. Okay, so pointing out this idea that because it was voted on in a Schedule C budget, somehow gives it, a blanket approval is nonsense. So, we approve budgets all the time, but when we award contracts, even if it was within that budget, we still have to vote because it's a binding decision. So because we approve $240,000 of cultural enhancement once a year, or when we approve Schedule C, that doesn't mean when we award someone a contract to do a workshop for $10,000 that exempts them from having to vote on that in public. That's another binding decision. So doing this blanket vote on a Schedule C does not cover every binding decision that happens after that. Those are binding decisions. So if we vote to allocate, a certain amount for a building, and then we award the contract, we don't just say, well, we approved the budget, so it's good to go. And to Aaron's point is that we would never allow a department to come in and say, we're going to spend $250,000 and we'll figure it out as we go. It would never fly. So it shouldn't fly for us.
Isaac?
Hey, I think we're running a little bit behind, so I'll keep it short. Hey, Ryan, when you look at the Schedule C's budget and see if we're in compliance, are you going to use the existing policy that's in place to compare that to?
Yeah, I'd have to look at our current policy to see if we're following them, if that's your question.
Yeah, that's my question, because what else would you look at it to see if it's in compliance if you don't have a policy directing how it is to be spent?
I think Aaron Schlehuber has a,
We'll take a look at that, Isaac. This is, the question you're talking about is absolutely loaded. Bob and I actually have an email chain going back and forth on this. The short answer is, we don't know. Our policies and procedures are not clear on this question. If something is approved in the budget, for years, we've considered that perfectly fine. Then the sun changes direction in the sky, and we decide we need to come back and approve a contract. So very bluntly, we don't know. We'll give you an answer. The answer is going to be gray, and it's going to move around a little bit. It's a constant issue we deal with.
Okay, thank you.
so I know we're running long, Austin. Real quick, so this was brought up because originally legal was asked for a legal opinion on whether we should withhold taxes from these cultural enhancement funds because it wasn't being uniformly applied. And my opinion was if they fall under the general welfare exclusion, you don't have to withhold the taxes. But part of the IRS statute is you need to have program guidance to be in compliance if you're going to try to avoid that tax liability. To General Counsel Schlehuber's point, we've been all over the board the past few years on how we implement these funds. So part of this is an attempt to get into compliance with the IRS guidelines. So I don't really have clear direction from our discussion today on a lot of things, but one thing I do have clear direction on is we want this to be as least burdensome on the unit directors as possible. So I'm going to go back and I'm going to send you guys a document that is the bare minimum of what you need to have on paper to be in line with the IRS, and we can go from there. Because I do not think this draft is going to work based on our discussion, and I didn't really get direction very clearly on anything except for that. So if the board's okay with that, that's what I want to go forward and do.
We'd appreciate that, Ryan. I mean, you know the temperature of the room. People feel strongly about this one side or the other.
I don't think we need to go through the rest of this unless the board really wants to or has any other questions on the other red lines. And let me get you a fresh draft with that in mind.
Okay, I like that. So we can end it here, or we can complete the speaking list, whatever you guys want. We're about a half hour behind schedule for relinquishments. So I'm going to call on your name. If you guys want to speak, speak. If not, don't. Tyler? Okay. Kim Lee? Kim Gravel?
Okay, you're going to come back with some recommendations, but I just want everyone to know that everybody at this table has used the cultural enhancement funds the same way without getting approval in public. We've all come here and said, hey, we got someone contacted us, so it's not like just a couple are doing it. Everybody here has done it. So we've all been doing it the same way because it wasn't clear. We assumed because the budget was approved, we could take care of the requests we were getting. So I just wanted the public to be aware of that. It wasn't just a couple, it's everybody was doing the same thing.
Yeah, and we'll resume this conversation at a later date when we have some more time. So appreciate your work on this, Ryan.
Thank you.
Okay, so next item would be relinquishment.
Are we ready?
Whenever you're ready, Julie.
Okay. Hi, Julie Salo, Tribal Registrar. This is a relinquishment. Relinquishments are voluntary memberships given up by the members, so this person wants this. The name is Fisher DeRusha. Fisher is going to be enrolling with the Bad River Band of Lake Superior Tribe of Chippewa Indians once we release him from the Sioux Tribe. He has filled out the absolute relinquishment form, and I realize we're working on that, but that's what it is right now, and submitted a notarized letter stating that he understands his relinquishment will be absolute. He didn't have to return his tribal card because it was already expired. We've held his request for 30 days in case he changed his mind, but he did not, so.
Okay, thank you. Questions, comments from the board? This one seems pretty straightforward. They want to join Bad River, but they need to disenroll with us first. And we know that they're eligible for Bad River membership. Okay, going once, going twice. Thanks for stopping by, guys. And just like that, we are back on schedule.
That's awesome.
All right. All right, next item, partial waiver of conviction, and then we're on agenda review.
Do a quick introduction. I'm sure you know Jackie Russo, who is in the prosecutor's office and handing out paperwork. This is Castlevania, and she's our new prosecutor. I do not believe she has been in front of you yet.
No, she's not in person. I'm not trying to just put I know.
Okay, whenever you guys are ready, go ahead.
This is Mr. Allard. He is requesting a waiver so he can get his gaming license. He is eligible for the waiver. This is his second waiver application. The first one, there was a failure to list some prior convictions. He did wait the 90 days, reapply, and he has met all of the requirements at this point.
Okay, do you guys have any issue in the prosecutor's office issuing this waiver?
I do not, Your Honor. I apologize.
I am not Your Honor. Call me Austin. It's laid back around here. All right, any questions, comments from the board on this?
Yes.
Can you ask what?
What position he's applying for?
Yeah.
What position are you applying for?
Security.
Security, okay. Okay, questions, comments, guys? You learned your lesson?
Just to clarify.
No more trouble? No more trouble. All right, yeah.
So you're applying for security, and you have been in security in the past?
Yes, ma'am.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, final question, final opportunity, questions, comments, guys? All right, we appreciate you guys stopping by. Thank you.
Thank you.
What does that mean?
We will talk back out there. I gotta collect all of the packets.
Let's take a 10-minute break, guys. Agenda review isn't slated to start till 3:30, so it's going to take time to round up staff. So let's take a breather. We'll get staff here. Check in 10 minutes, and we'll see if we have everyone. If not, we'll extend the recess. We're going to go ahead and get started. We're going to do agenda review. Before we get going, though, Aaron, Isaac, and Kim Gravel proposed adding a resolution tonight to award honorary membership to Billy Mills. I'm going to ask the same thing during the meeting, but does anyone object to waiving the rules to have that voted on tonight? Billy will be here Thursday, so if it were to pass, it'd be a good opportunity to let him know at that time. And he's also going to be participating with the Feeding America distribution as well. So anyone that wants to help out with that, board members included, it will be this Thursday at 2:30. Show up. So I also want to let you guys know that this month, the reduction in the amount of food that's being brought in continues to decline. Last month, it was 10,500 pounds. This month, it is 9,500 pounds. When I started doing it, it was 15,000 pounds. So it's another, if your members ask you how we're being impacted by what's going on in the federal government, this is another key example. I'm sure Tyler's distribution is seeing a reduction in the amount of pounds brought into the community as well. So any objections, Billy Mills? All right, I'll ask the same thing then later. You want to? Yeah, we don't need to workshop that then. Andrew, come on up, sir.
Bob covered the next one last time anyway.
All right, buildings, Shadow and Haven establishment of FY 2025 budget.
Okay. So this is to establish the operational budget for the new Shadow and Haven property. It will cover all the expenditures, consulting, supplies, utilities, other expenditures, equipment. And it's for $44,288.
Okay, any questions, comments on this budget? For you guys' information, the ribbon cutting on this will be the end of the month, and Gerard is going to be potentially helping out with putting a sweat lodge there as well. So we'll be able to see a sweat lodge right from Shunk Road, which would be an awesome thing. Questions, comments? Last chance? Okay, thank you, Andrew. All right, the next resolution is from Transportation Department. We already workshopped this. Does anyone have any questions? If you do, Bob can cover. You want to just give them a recap of what it is, Bob, since you're already up here?
Yes, this is a resolution to approve for 2025 expenditures for the Transportation Raise Grant in order to get the projects going during this current construction season. Is for permitting and engineering services.
Okay, I appreciate that. Any questions, comments for Bob? Aaron?
It's not a question to this specifically, but it's transportation. Last night, we had our Unit 1 member meeting, and the question came up, can we do a better job with plowing at Odenong on, do we have sidewalks at Odenong? We do, right?
Sidewalks, I believe, housing does. We do the roads. Sault Ste Construction does the roads out there.
Okay, on Odenong.
Right.
And then, does the city do the sidewalks here?
No, I think we do that too. We contract out for those services
So
too.
we should look at that again, because I
Okay.
think that the city, that is city property, the road and the rights-of-way.
Right.
So we give 3 times the amount in 2%, so we might want to figure out how the city can take that over now. I think in the past, they weren't plowing the sidewalks down on Shunk either off the res, but they do now. They don't do it very often, but they do. But there was a safety question come up at the Unit 1 member meeting about, especially out at Odenong, and then is it also possible to have bus stops? Because the Sioux Schools stops in a couple of locations, but there's no shelters. And this year with the blowing snow, it was really risky for kids. So if we could look at doing a better job with plowing out there, but also bus stops.
I'll make a note for this next winter season. Okay.
Okay, any other questions or comments? I have one, Bob. Can the funds in this grant be used for signage? The reason I ask is because when you drive into our reservation, there's no sign that indicates that you're on trust land. There's no sign that says that you're on Sioux Tribe property. We have a sign on the opposite end that says there's a casino nearby, but usually when you enter a reservation, there's usually a sign. Can we use these funds for that at all the sites?
I don't remember if they're specifically in there, but I know we do have some in some other transportation funds for signage.
Okay, can you look into that and create a proposal for not just the Sault Ste. Marie site, but the other ones as well?
Yes, I will.
All right, thank you. All right, next resolution would be amending Chapter 71, Criminal Offenses, Subchapter, what is that, 8, Property-Related Offenses, Breaking and Entering.
This would just be to include an offense in our code that is not currently there. Currently, we have trespass and we have burglary. There is an in-between ground that I have seen come up in 2 or 3 cases that have already come across my desk where the facts kind of have to get shoehorned either into trespass or into burglary because breaking and entering is not in our code, and that is the true crime that is occurring. So this would just be to add breaking and entering into our code.
Okay, I appreciate it. Any questions, comments regarding this?
So we got to pass it now because it's public.
Yeah, we should probably pass it. All right, seeing no hands go up, let's move on to the next resolution that you have on for tonight, which is amending Chapter 71, Criminal Offenses, Subchapter 11, Obstruction of Tribal Administration and Related Offenses, Prohibited Use of 911 Services.
So this is the same concept. There have been a couple that have come across my desk where what would have been a crime at the state level has been committed, but it is not currently in our code to prohibit misuse of 911 services.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, let's move on to your last resolution, which is amending Chapter 71, Criminal Offenses, Subchapter 7, Offenses Against the Persons, 71.716, Threatening to Commit Violence.
This is the same concept. There was one case that has come across my desk where there was a threat made to a school with violence, possibly intended or alleged. There was no crime in our code that anyone could be charged with when it came to making school threats. Me and law enforcement had to sit down for a little bit and try and figure out how to handle the case because we did not have a process in our code that criminalized such behavior.
Okay, any questions, comments on this? All right, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yep.
Next resolution, Natural Resource Department application to NFWF National Coastal Resiliency Fund.
Hi, everyone. My name is Danny Fagan. I'm the Wildlife Program Manager for Young, or the Natural Resources Division. So with this one, we're looking for approval to apply to the NFWF National Coastal Resilience Fund opportunity. If approved, this funding would support adaptive management and restoration in coastal wetlands, including staff in fisheries, wildlife, seeker, as well as existing partnerships and collaborators involved in our St. Mary's River Structured Decision-Making Group. Funding would also support the purchase of necessary equipment and supplies.
Thank you. Any questions, comments from the board? Okay, hearing none, we can move on to the next, which is Natural Resources Department application to NOAA Coastal Habitat Restoration and Resilience Grant.
Yep, so this one sounds very similar, and with this second resolution, we're similarly requesting approval to apply. This would support capacity building and wetland restoration, including community-based restoration of important coastal wetland-associated foods, medicines, and materials, like bulrush. This project builds off of existing work, and our Shingle Bay property would be one of the focal sites for this work.
Okay, any questions, comments from the board? Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, next up, we have a resolution from the Elder Division. Katie, could you present on that, please?
Sure, thank you. So the purpose of this resolution is to be able to utilize the National Resource Center on Native American Aging Needs Assessment as part of applying for another 3-year cycle of Title VI funding for the Elder Services programs. The needs assessment is a required element of the grant application, and we've previously partnered with them to complete the survey on all previous grant applications.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Thanks, Katie. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next resolution is sale and purchase of building for housing office.
Good afternoon. So this resolution, if approved, would allow for the sale of the Undian Group home from Facilities Management to the Housing Authority. And we would like to put office space in there. We feel it's really important, and our Housing Commission supports this, that we have staff on hand in Sault Ste. Marie to assist our members.
Thanks, Joni, I appreciate it.
You're
Any
welcome.
questions or comments on this resolution? Aaron?
This is not the one that was previously the Don Evo home, was it?
It is.
Oh, it is? Okay.
Yes, it is. It's right on the housing site.
Okay.
Okay, anyone else? Kim?
I thought we used the house on J.K. Lumsden Way for this.
We did not. That was not approved.
Oh, it didn't go through?
No.
Okay.
It did not.
Anyone else? Hey, thank you, Joni. Much appreciated. Next resolution is approving amended contract JKL.
Good afternoon. This resolution is seeking to amend the contract between the tribe, the JKL Fiduciary Committee, and JKL School. This amended contract was brought forward because the BIE requested some language be added to the agreement that was entered in 2007 that just tied the grant terms into the contract for administering the grant funds.
Thank you, Josh. Any questions or comments from the board? Yep, go ahead, Mike.
You said since 2007?
Yes, this is when that's when this contract was originally entered.
And so for the last umpteen years, it just hasn't been in there. So I get a little leery whenever we get these ones, hey, this should be in there. But I'm not understanding like really why it needs to be in there.
So it came about when the BIE was doing an audit of the JKL and the Fiduciary Committee records. And in reviewing the agreement, the BIE noticed that this language wasn't included in the agreement and asked if we could include it. And then reviewing the agreement and what the language they wanted added, it's already terms the tribe agrees to when we sign the grant documents. It's just incorporating those terms to follow the laws for spending grant funds into the agreement.
Okay, Aaron?
As I understand. Nothing extraordinary.
Okay, anyone else? Appreciate it, Josh. All right, next resolution is Tanglewood and Bear on the Mountain personnel restructure. Danny?
Oh, yes, good evening. This resolution is seeking authorization to implement the personnel restructuring that I verbally went over with the board in workshop and sent a detailed memo outlining the necessity of this personnel restructure. This will help continuity of operations for the year and also scale the operation to a fully seasonal model.
Okay, thank you, Danny. Any questions or comments from the board? Going once, going twice. Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you. See you later.
Next resolution is approving contract for Dennis McShane.
The current prosecutor will soon be taking leave to have a baby. We are looking to bring Dennis in to provide coverage while she is out. A reminder, Dennis was a prosecutor before Cass onboarded. Dennis may have found a job by the time we need him, so we're going to be having a couple of names in our back pocket in case he is not able to fill in. We're doing this a little bit ahead of time just in case Cass has to take off earlier than we had envisioned.
All right, thank you, Aaron. Any questions or comments? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next resolution is engaging Wilmer, Cutler, Pickering, Hale, and Dorr LLP for Supreme Court petition.
I'm covering for Ryan. He has an obligation with one of his kids this afternoon and this evening. As discussed a few times, Wilmer Hale will provide backup to Ryan's attempt to move USC Michigan into the Supreme Court. The expenses are capped, should be on the IRS sheet. The costs are not anything that give me heartburn. The goal here is to get Ryan trained up and able to provide these kind of services for the tribe into the future without the need for this kinds of outside assistance.
Thank you, Aaron. Any questions or comments? Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, that moves us into new business. First item in new business is committee appointments / resignations. So let's start with housing. Cody Mayer is requesting a 4-year term expiring May 2029. Any discussion or comments there? Cody's a good kid. He sits on the Marquette City Commission. All right. All right, next one would be Child Welfare Committee. Sherry Okrati, I may have mispronounced that name, is requesting a 4-year appointment. Any discussion there? Okay, so we'll move on to Unit 4, Escanaba Elder Subcommittee. Violet Russell, Pamela Demon, and Georgine McKenzie are requesting appointments on that subcommittee. Any discussion for any of them? All right, that moves us to Food Sovereignty. Paula Finfrock is requesting resignation. Any discussion there? Bridget?
Can we get a closed session at some point?
Yep, we're almost done. All right, and that moves us to Election Commission. Jackie Mitten is requesting resignation. Any discussion there? Okay, so that covers committee appointments and resignations. For relinquishments, we covered that earlier today. It is Fisher DeRusha. We will go closed, and then I'll ask if anyone has any board concerns. You can present on them in the workshop or in the meeting. Makes no difference. Who do you want in the room, Bridget? That we have on the agenda that we haven't discussed and is optional at this point is board concerns. Does anyone want to bring up any board concerns that they have at this time? Okay, hearing none, we'll be on recess until 5 o'clock when the meeting starts.
Can I, before they go? Hopefully you're all still there. So tomorrow morning, I will be finalizing with the Doubletree Hilton Hotel in Lansing for our July events. I just wanted to make sure there's no objection to how we're doing it. I think this is how you outlined it when we were in Manistee. We'll be there July 14th, which is Monday. And Mike McCoy is setting up meetings in Ron Corey's office with him, the board only, and then some department heads from the state, just a couple of them, and then they'll let you guys know what they've been working on for the tribe. So that'll be Monday during the day, starting at 10 a.m., so we go down Sunday. And then that evening, we'll do a community meeting from 6 to 8. And then the following day, the 15th, is just a regular workshop meeting day, and we come home on Wednesday. So I believe that that is how we had it set up when you voted on it in Manistee, and just want to make sure everybody's still good with that. We will have a block of hotel rooms as well. And I'm going to send out all of this in an email tomorrow, include Mike, and then Mike will let you know what exactly he's got set up.
You said 6 to 8 Monday night, too?
6 to 8 Monday night will be the community meeting.
Okay,
Yes.
at the Doubletree or somewhere?
At the Doubletree, yep.
Thank you.
So since it starts at 6, you guys don't actually have to be down there on Sunday. I imagine staff already get things set up, but if it's at 6 o'clock, you can drive down at noon and be there in
No,
time.
Monday is the same day that you're going to meet with Ron Corey and his staff, and that's going to start Monday at 10 a.m.
Oh, at 10 a.m.
So
Okay, my bad
That
then.
will end no later than 4 o'clock on that Monday. That way you have time for dinner, and then you do your community meeting that night from 6 to 8.
Okay.
Yep.
2 nights, 3 nights.
So you're still staying Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday unless you want to drive back late Tuesday night. It's only a 4-hour drive, but no, 75, 80.
Yeah, you guys driving from here?
Well, yeah, sorry, Tyler. The only other thing, and I believe Director Paymont has it on his board concerns, and we had a mini discussion earlier. I'm going to do like a survey on this thing called Doodle. We've used it once before to set the Constitution Amendment dates. The original proposed dates that I gave, I only got 5 or 6 responses. I can't schedule something like that without a majority consensus from you guys. I emailed a couple weeks ago, and then I emailed again yesterday or Friday, I think. Obviously, we cannot do May 8th, which is okay now because Billy Mills is going to be here all day. And then the next one is May 22nd that was proposed. You now have, at least in Unit 1, Malcolm graduation is that evening. You would probably be done with it by then. I'm going to pick a couple dates, though. Send them out in that survey thing, and then you let us know which dates work for you. And if I can get 7 or 8 of you at least to respond on same dates, then we can get those advertised. We wanted to publish it at least on Facebook on the website, so.
Have you guys ever used Doodle? It's really easy. They're going to send you some different days and times. You just click the ones that work best for you, and then it'll tally up who's supportive of which, and then whatever the majority is, that's what we'll go with. You guys don't respond, it's just considered an abstention. So Bridget, then Aaron.
Can we then, oh, sorry.
I just wondered, I know originally they were all Thursdays, and I'm wondering if the proposed dates are all going to be Thursdays, too. If we can get some Wednesdays in there or something, I don't know what everyone's schedule is, but, you know.
Throw a lot of possibilities in there, and we'll figure it out. Aaron?
Yeah, I would say, so tonight, so I don't have to raise it, if somebody could just say that we're still working on scheduling and we're going to do a doodle poll, just say that, and then I don't have to raise it at all. The only other, are we doing issues right now?
Yep.
The other one was, so I don't know why this hasn't happened. I think the politics are really stupid sometimes. We could add Emmett and Sheboygan County to our purchase and referred service area. And we're already seeing tribal members that travel from Sheboygan or, in the tip of the mitt up to St. Ignace.
I already had that resolution.
Huh?
I proposed that resolution 2 years ago,
And why didn't it pass?
because we were waiting on people getting back to us on the possibilities of it.
Okay, it is possible,
Was
because
that PRC or expanding the service area?
it's
Expanding the service area.
Well, that's two different things. He's asking for PRC to be able to pay for
Actually,
medical bills.
it's expanding, it is what she said, it's expanding PRC, so it would be contract health service area, now it's purchased and referred to Emmett and Sheboygan County, because we have a large concentration of people. We're already seeing them, but we don't get to count them for encounter rates. So, and some of them have insurance. And I'm not saying build a health center in Sheboygan or anything like that, so let's demystify that. But we should be able to get credit for the people that live here that travel to St. Ignace for services. And I did talk this all out when I was on HHS STAC. Kathy and I had them in agreement. They were ready. All they needed was a resolution. And then it got politicized. Tyler is on the HHS STAC with the worm brain guy. So right now, they're not cutting or slashing IHS. We're level funded. So that's one amazing thing that's actually come through this. So maybe we could get Emmett and Sheboygan added. All they need is a resolution to say that we support expanding our service area to Emmett and Sheboygan.
They said to us,
Yeah.
it'll be 3 years in August, I think, that I brought it up, and that wasn't what they said to us.
Yeah, and it won't happen overnight, because it is going to take approval, then it's going to take appropriations. So, but if we don't have any reason why we're not doing it, let's do it.
Okay, any other board concerns? And we will look into that, Aaron. Okay, going once, going twice. Okay, recess till 5, guys. It is 5 o'clock, so I'm going to go ahead and call the meeting to order. We'll start with roll call, please.
Actually, unmute.
I did.
Rob McRory.
Here.
Kimberly Lee.
Here.
Aaron Payment. Isaac McKechnie.
Here.
Kimberly Gravel.
Here.
Kimberly Hampton.
Here.
Michael McCurchy.
Here.
Sean Borowitz. Lana Cosley Smith. Tyler LaPlatte.
Here.
Larry Barbeau.
Here.
Bridget Sorensen.
Here.
Austin Lowe's.
Here. Okay, we have a quorum. Is there any objection to adding the following resolution to tonight's
Can I make
agenda?
a motion to excuse Lana real quick?
I'll second.
Okay, so there's a motion and a second to excuse Lana's absence tonight. Any objections to that? Hearing no objection, that is excused. So I'd like to entertain a motion to add the following resolution to tonight's agenda. It's titled 1964 Olympic Gold Medal Champion Billy Mills, Honorary Member, Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians. So, I don't need a motion. Is anyone opposed? Okay, so hearing none, we'll add it to tonight's agenda, and it will be the last one that we handle. We will start the night off with invocation. Elaine?
You could, oh, do you want to smile?
Oh, yes. Sorry.
Okay, and then you can switch me. And then you can just go around. Anim Bojo, Gage Go Gijiko, Gage Gijiko Kwe Indigenous Cause, Bawating and Donjaba, Megaze Dodom, Ojibwe and Dao. So tonight, what I'd like to do is share a poem by Tecumseh, Chief Tecumseh. He was chief from 1768 to 1813. So I'd like to share that tonight, and then just with May or Wabagoni Geezes, which is flowering moon and new moon. These are, we're going into summer in Eben. It's a time from spring, from the breaking and the renewing of our life ways, our Bimatsawin, from the sugar making, going into summer now. Things are blooming, things are budding. We're collecting things. People are going on fast. So that's what's happening right now at this, coming up during this transition time. So, but I would like to share this for tonight. And some things to think about if you're going out on your fast, or if you're just taking that time out by yourself to go be by the water, or just go be in the woods, or be in these special sacred places that you want to be. I know a lot of people are cleaning up the burial grounds and visiting with our loved ones and preparing to remember that and give thanks to our veterans. So that's why I picked this too, with Chief Tecumseh being a great chief, and bringing people together and just remembering him too as well. So live your life so that the fear of death can never enter your heart. Trouble no one about their religion. Respect others in their view and demand that they respect yours. Love your life, perfect your life, beautify all things in your life. Seek to make your life long and its purpose in the service of your people. Prepare a noble death song for the day when you go over to the Great Divide. Always give a word or a sign of salute when meeting or passing a friend, even a stranger, when in a lonely place. Show respect to all people and grovel to none. When you arise in the morning, give thanks for the food and for the joy of living. If you see no reason for giving thanks, the fault lies only in yourself. Abuse no one and no thing, for abuse turns the wise ones to fools and robs the spirit of its vision. When it comes your time to die,
Be not like those whose hearts are filled with the fear of death, so that when their time comes, they weep and pray for a little more time to live their lives over again in a different way. Sing your death song and die like a hero going home. Miigwech. That's it.
Miigwech, Elaine, we appreciate that. The next item that's on our agenda, well, we need to approve the agenda, actually. So does anyone need it read to them? Hearing none, we have a motion to approve it. Is there a second? Isaac, any discussion on the agenda? Okay, all those in support signify by saying aye. Those opposed, those abstaining, agenda is approved. So the next item that we have is membership participation. Is there anyone here that wants to address the board? Okay, so we'll move on to minutes. I'd like to entertain a motion to accept the minutes from 4:15 to 25. And motion by Bridget, support by Kim Hampton. Any discussion on these minutes? Hearing none, all those in support signify by saying aye. Those opposed, those abstaining, those minutes passed. And now I'd like a motion to approve the minutes from 4:29 to 25, and that was a special meeting. Motion by Isaac. Support by Larry. Any discussion on these minutes? Hearing none, all those in support signify by saying aye. Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. That brings us to our resolutions. The first one is titled Shedowin Haven Establish FY25 Budget. No one had any. Yeah, we checked. So, Andrew?
No, hold on. Be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby approves the establishment of an FY 2025 budget for Shedowin Haven with other revenue monies of $44,287.92.
Okay, motion by Kim Gravel and support by Isaac. The sponsor isn't here, but we workshopped this earlier today. Any discussion on this resolution? Okay, hearing none, all those in support signify by saying aye. Aye. Those abstaining? Those opposed? Motion carries. And for the membership's information, the Shedowin building should be opened at the end of the month for NA and well variety types of services. The next resolution is raise grant, establish FY25 budget.
Be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby approves the establishment of an FY 2025 budget for raise grant with Federal Department of Transportation revenue monies of $2,260,000, no effect on tribal support.
Okay, motion by Isaac.
Support.
Support by Bridget. Bob?
Bob Schulte, CFO. This is a resolution to appropriate $2.26 million to begin work on the raise grant for
Okay, thank you, Bob. Any discussion on this resolution? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Isaac?
Yes.
Larry?
Yes.
Tyler?
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel?
Yes.
Bridget?
Yes.
Aaron?
Yes.
Kimberly Hampton?
Yes.
Sean, is Sean on?
No.
Rob?
Yes.
Kimberly Lee?
Yes.
Michael?
Okay, motion carries. The next resolution is amend Chapter 71, breaking and entering.
Any objection to waiving the reading?
Okay, hearing no objection, the reading will be waived. Is there a motion? Motion by Isaac, seconded by Mike McCurchie. Cassandra?
So for the breaking and entering one, it is just a gap that is in the tribal code. We have currently trespass and burglary. There are oftentimes facts that fit in between those, so it would just be to, thank you. It would be to amend the code to add breaking and entering.
Okay, I appreciate that. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing none, we'll vote. All those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. Next resolution is amend Chapter 71, prohibited use of 911 service.
Any objection to waiving reading?
Hearing no objection, that reading will be waived as well. Is there a motion? Motion by Isaac
I'll support.
and support by Kim Hampton. Go ahead.
The premise is the same. There's a gap in tribal code right now. It would just be to create a criminal code for misuse of 911 services.
Okay, any discussion from the board? Hearing none, we'll vote. All those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. Next resolution is amend Chapter 71, threatening to commit. Is there any objection to waiving that reading? Hearing no objection, that reading will be waived as well. Is there a motion? Motion by Isaac, support by Larry. Go ahead.
In this one, it would just be amending the code to add a criminal charge for threatening to commit violence at a school. So the school threat, it is currently a crime at the state level and not at the tribal level.
Thank you. Any discussion on this? Hearing none, all those in support signify by saying aye. Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next resolution is application to NFWF National Coastal Resilience Fund.
Now therefore it be resolved that the Board of Directors hereby authorizes the Natural Resources Division to apply for up to $10 million in NFWF National Coastal Resilience Fund funding. Be it further resolved that the Board of Directors hereby authorizes and approves the chairman of the tribe or their designee to execute all documents, contracts, and subcontracts as may be necessary and appropriate to carry out the terms, conditions, and intent of this resolution.
Motion by Isaac. Support by Larry. Danny?
Yep. So again, requesting approval to apply to the National Coastal Resilience Fund opportunity. We've been successful in the past. If approved and funded, it would support adaptive management and restoration in coastal wetlands, including support for our internal staff as well as existing partners like Compass Resource Management. This also supports the purchase of necessary supplies, equipment, and services.
Okay, I appreciate it. Any discussion from the board? Hearing none, all those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. The next resolution is application to NOAA Coastal Habitat Restoration and Resilience Grant.
Now therefore be resolved that the Board of Directors hereby authorizes the Natural Resources Division to apply for up to $2 million in NOAA Coastal Habitat Restoration and Resilience Grants for tribes and underserved communities funding. Be it further resolved that the Board of Directors hereby authorizes and approves the chairman of the tribe or their designee to execute all documents, contracts, and subcontracts as may be necessary and appropriate to carry out the terms, conditions, and intent of this resolution.
Motion by Isaac, support by Kim Gravel. Danny?
Sure. Similarly, requesting approval to apply to this NOAA funding opportunity. If approved, the proposal would support capacity building and restoration of coastal systems within the 1836 ceded territory, focusing on coastal wetlands. This one's got a bit of a different focus as we'd be prioritizing restoration within a couple trust land parcels as well as on off-reservation treaty lands, and we'd be prioritizing restoration of foods, medicines, and materials important for our community.
Thank you. Any discussion from the board? Isaac?
Hey, did you know that the Corps built a big retention pond down by Nebish Island? So I'm assuming that they're going to be dredging, so.
Where's the pond at?
Well, you'll see it's on the Nebish Island side. They built a big perimeter.
Right by the ferry?
Yeah, just south of the ferry,
Yep.
So I'm assuming that's going to be for dredged materials.
Potentially. I know there's some ongoing work by the Army Corps right now looking at feasibility of restoring some of the rapids where the Nebish Island rock cut is too. So hopefully those issues can be addressed
Might
long-term.
just want to reach out to them and see where they're going to.
Sure.
So they spent a lot of money building it, so I'm sure they're intents to use it.
Thanks, Isaac.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, seeing no more hands up, we'll vote. All those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. Thank you, we appreciate you. Next resolution is authorized participation aging needs assessment.
Now therefore be resolved that the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians respectfully requests funding for the Administration for Community Living Administration of Aging Older Americans Act, Title 6, Grants, Parts A, B, and C for the grant period of April 1st, 2026 to March 31st, 2029. Additionally, the tribal governing body authorizes participation in the Identifying Our Needs, a Survey of Elders, Needs Assessment, and grants permission to the National Resource Center on Native American Aging to use all collected needs assessment information in an aggregate format for disseminating state, regional, and national results from analyses of the data. Be it further resolved that specific information collected within the boundaries of the 7-county service area belongs to the Elder Services Division and may not be released in any form to individuals, agencies, or organizations without additional tribal authorization.
Motion by Isaac. Support. Support by Larry. Katie, could you fill everyone in on this resolution, please? Can you press the button on the microphone? Sorry.
Thanks.
All right, thank
Sorry
you.
about that. The purpose of this resolution is to be able to utilize the National Resource Center on Native American Aging Needs Assessment as part of applying for another 3-year cycle of Title VI funding for the Elder Services programs. The needs assessment is a required element of the grant application, and Elder Services has previously partnered with the NRCNAA to complete this survey on previous grant applications.
Okay, thank you, Katie. Any discussion from the board? Aaron.
So I appreciate us moving forward on this. I do want to just call attention to all of our members that are watching that the Administration for Community Living is under threat right now under the Trump administration to be eliminated. I know the director very well. She's a personal friend. She's Turtle Mountain Chippewa, and she's doing her best to keep it together. But please watch for the tribal website, our articles, for the members to board members that are in and staff that are asking our tribal members to get engaged, to send letters to your senators, to your members of Congress, because initially there was an attempt to entirely eliminate the Administration for Community and Families and Living. And what that program does is it funds our Elder Meal Program. That was one of our first programs when it was at the Bonnie McCurchie Building, and Fred Gardner, my cousin Fred Gardner, was our cook. So if members could watch closely and jump in, because we have 51,000 members, about 35,000 adults across the country, we could change the outcome and protect our elder services. So thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. Anybody else? Hearing none, we'll vote. All those in support signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. Thanks, Katie. Next resolution is sale and purchase of building for housing office.
Now, therefore, it be resolved that the Board of Directors for the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby authorizes the transfer and purchase of 2163 McGeezy Court, Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan, 49783, from Sioux Tribe Facilities to Sioux Tribe Housing Authority for $116,000.
Motion by Isaac. Support by Bridget. Joni?
Good evening, Joni Talentino, Housing Director. What this resolution will do is the Housing Authority wishes to purchase the Undian Group Home from Facilities Management and convert it to office space. It's best that we have a presence here in Sault Ste. Marie as well to improve customer service to our membership.
And this used to be ACFS's CAC building, correct?
Correct.
That's what I thought. Okay. Any discussion from the board? Isaac?
Hey, Joni, is this this is the building that had the water damage, I believe it was? Or it had some type of damage, right?
It did. It's not finished right now.
It's not finished, okay.
We'll be finishing it.
Yeah, awesome, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
So it's been vacant for quite a while,
I don't know how long.
couple, 2-3 years probably.
It's been vacant since ACFS's main building was
So that
finished.
brings me to another question. We really need to take a look at the buildings that we have that are vacant and do something with them. I mean, you're talking about, homeless shelter. I think the homeless, you would have a nice small 2-bedroom, maybe a 3-bedroom up at Wetmore in the old health center. I went in there with Dan last year, and it wouldn't take much to remodel that. I mean, everything's pretty sound in it. I mean, I would live in it. It's not that bad, so it's a thought for you, but that building's there vacant, so.
Okay, Kim?
Are we still going to keep the name of Don Ebo on it?
We plan to.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
Anyone else? Okay, roll call, please.
Kimberly Hampton,
Yes.
Tyler,
Yes.
Rob,
Yes.
Michael,
Yes.
Kimberly Lee,
Yes.
Isaac,
Yes.
Larry,
Yes.
Bridget,
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel,
Yes.
Aaron,
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next resolution is approving amended contract JKL.
Now therefore be resolved that the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians Board of Directors hereby approves the amended contractual agreement for education services between JKL Fiduciary Committee and JKL School. Be it further resolved, the Board of Directors hereby authorizes the chairman or his designee to execute any and all documents to carry out the intent of this resolution.
Motion by Isaac,
I'll support.
support by Kim Hampton. Go ahead, Josh.
Good evening, Josh Elliott, Legal Department. This resolution is seeking to approve amending the contract between the tribe, the JKL Fiduciary Committee, and the JKL School. This agreement was first entered in 2007, and this amendment was brought forward by the BIE when they were conducting an audit and reviewing the agreement, and they requested some language be added tying in grant language into the agreement, stating that the tribe will follow federal law in administering these funds, and this is already a process that is being done by the tribe when they sign for the grant.
Thank you, Josh. Any questions or comments by the Board of Directors? Kim?
So we've been doing it 18 years without that amendment, correct?
Correct.
And the audit committee never caught that before?
Not to my knowledge, and I don't know if they had someone new reviewing it and a new set of eyes caught it this time.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Aaron?
Just to say it's required by federal law, so if we want the funding, we do it.
Okay. Are you recommending that we pass this, Josh?
Yes.
Okay. All right. All those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Okay, motion carries. Next resolution is Tanglewood/Bear on the Mountain restructure.
Now therefore be resolved that the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians Board of Directors authorizes the CEO of Enterprise Operations to implement the changes described in the attached IRS concerning personnel in an effort to maintain continuity in the operations of both golf courses and to appropriately scale staffing levels. Be it further resolved that the Board of Directors authorizes the CEO of Enterprise Operations to make all budgetary modifications administratively necessary to carry out the intent of this resolution. Be it finally resolved that the Board of Directors authorizes Enterprise Human Resources to work in accordance with CEO of Enterprise Operations to carry out the personnel restructuring plan as described in the attached RIS and take any action necessary to carry out the intent of this resolution.
Motion by Isaac, support by Larry. Danny, you want to cover this first, please? Okay, so we workshopped this earlier today. Does anyone have any questions for Danny? If they do, we can skip this and we can get them online. Any questions for Danny? All right, board discussion then. Any discussion from us? Okay, hearing none, all those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. Next resolution is approved contract, Dennis McShane.
Be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby approves the contract between the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians and Dennis McShane for the purpose of serving as the interim prosecutor. Be it further resolved that the Board of Directors hereby authorizes the General Counsel to execute documents and perform any administrative budget modifications needed to carry out the intent of this resolution.
Motion by Isaac and support by Larry. Josh?
Good evening. This resolution is seeking to award a contract to Dennis McShane to serve as the interim prosecuting attorney for the tribe. Our current prosecutor will be going on leave here shortly, and Dennis would be filling in until she returns, and Dennis was her predecessor, so it's someone familiar with the tribal court and tribal law. And the legal department would support awarding Dennis this contract.
Right. Thank you, Josh. Any discussion from the board? Hearing none, all those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. Thank you. Next resolution is engage Wilmer Hale Supreme Court petition.
Now therefore it be resolved that the Board of Directors hereby approves the contract between the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians and the law firm of Wilmer Hill for the purposes of providing legal assistance in the handling of a cert petition in the United States Supreme Court regarding the tribe's treaty rights in the matter of United States versus Michigan.
Support. Motion by Isaac and support by Tyler. Josh?
This resolution is seeking to award a contract to Wilmer Hill to assist Ryan in trying to petition to bring U.S. v. Michigan to the Supreme Court.
All right, thank you. Any discussion on this? Roll call, please.
Aaron,
Yes.
Bridget,
Yes.
Kimberly Lee,
Yes.
Larry,
Yes.
Tyler,
Yes.
Kimberly Hampton,
Yes.
Michael,
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel,
Yes.
Isaac,
Yes.
Rob.
Yes. Okay, motion carries. Thank you. All right, the next resolution is the one that we waived the rules to add. It is the Billy Mills resolution to give him honorary membership in the Sioux Tribe.
Now therefore be it resolved that the Tribal Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby recognizes the lifetime achievements of Billy Mills and hereby establishes an honorary membership in the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians.
Motion by Isaac and support by Aaron. Anyone want to speak first on this?
I'll just say, there's a lot of recognition to go around. The Education Department first brought Billy Mills here in 1991 and hosted a Billy Mills Fun Run. And I was competitive at that point, and I took my age group. So I got to actually sit with Billy for a little bit. And Kathy Belangi from St. Ignace, now Kathy Baker, was going to school at Lake State. She ran varsity cross country at Lake. And we convinced Billy of Kathy's vision for a recreation department for the tribe. And then Kathy Baker became our recreation director. And he promised us that if we established a running club, that he would come back annually for free. So we put together a budget. We went to the board of directors and we got an approval for a $5,000 budget. Our first coaches were Lisa Corbier Moran and Chad Wakosh. And that started our running club. Billy has came back for probably 12 or maybe 14 years over the years, and he's getting up there in age. He's 87 now, and so we want to bring him to our community. We are bringing him to our community, the Unit 1 board members, and recognize him with this honorary membership. As you know, it doesn't afford any rights or privileges as a tribal member to run for office or to do fishing or anything like that, but it's just to recognize his lifetime commitment to Indian country, to Indian youth, to recreation, to health. So just to say thank you to Billy.
Okay, thanks, Aaron. Kim?
My vote on this will have no, I guess, statement on where I stand on respect for him. However, my view on honorary memberships is going to stay the same. If we do not honor or offer honorary memberships to all of those who are getting disenrolled due to adoptions and stuff, I will never vote for honorary memberships until that part is resolved. Thanks.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, all those in support signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Me. Those abstaining? Motion carries. So that concludes all the resolutions, so we're going to move into new business. We have committee appointments / resignations. So we'll start with the Housing Commission. I'd like to entertain a motion to appoint Cody Mayer to the Housing Commission for a 4-year term.
Motion.
Motion by Tyler, support by Isaac. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. I'd now like to entertain a motion to appoint Sherry Okrati to the Child Welfare Committee, 4-year term expiring May 29. Motion by Isaac. Support by Aaron. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. I'd now like to entertain a motion to appoint Violet Russell, Pamela Demon, and Georgine McKenzie to the Unit 4 Escanaba Elder Subcommittee. All right, we have a motion by Kim Hampton, support by Larry. Any discussion here? Hearing none, all those in support signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? Those abstaining, motion carries. Now I'd like to entertain a motion to accept the resignation of Paula Finfrock from the Food Sovereignty Committee. Motion by Isaac and support by Aaron. Any discussion here? Hearing none, all those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. Now I'd like to entertain a motion to accept the resignation of Jackie Mitten from the Election Commission. Motion by Isaac,
I'll support.
support by Kim Hampton. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. That concludes all the committee appointments / resignations, so we move into relinquishments. I'd like to entertain a motion to accept the voluntary relinquishment of Fisher D. DeRusha. Backstory is he's enrolling with Bad River. He has to disenroll with us first.
Motion.
Motion by Kim Hampton. Support by Larry. Any discussion on this? Okay, hearing none, all those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. And that brings us to board concerns. Does anyone have any? Tyler?
If nobody else has one, I'd like to move into close to finish our discussion.
I would recommend adjourning the meeting, that way people can leave.
We don't know if we need action or not.
We haven't been told we need any. Okay, go ahead, Kim.
So my only board concern, I guess I just want it written, and then I don't know if we need to talk about it at a later time, but I would like legal to evaluate whether the board of directors are actually in violation of the Open Meetings Act by not voting on individual items in open session regarding cultural enhancement funds, since they are already approved through Schedule C budgets. That's all.
Okay, does anyone have any other board concerns? Bridget?
I'm requesting that we get to meet with James in an open session to discuss the Bluestone changes and whatnot. I know that there's a lot of changes that needed to be done, but I'd like to know, as far as from a membership perspective, what has gotten better. And this isn't on James, this is with the whole consulting, what has gotten better for the membership for our healthcare.
Okay. Yeah, we can get that rolling. All right, are there any objections to going into recess until 7 o'clock tomorrow night, and then we'll reconvene? Okay. Hearing no objection, we are going to go in recess until tomorrow at 7 p.m., so we'll be in recess until then. So we're done for tonight.